live stream. PLO bomb pot? No, I didn't think so.
What is going on? How we doing? You got myself, Ryan, also known as Country. We are back at it. 5-10, no limit hold'em action. Joined by the analyst, Mike Kruger, in the house tonight. What's up, Mike? How we doing, man?
It's a single board, right?
Oh, maybe have some issues connecting back with Mike here. Hold on a second.
How you doing tonight, Country?
There we go. We got you now, man. How you doing?
Pretty good.
There we go. All right. So, yeah, we're back at it. 5-10, no limit hold'em, deep stack, cash game action. Ooh, let me fix that camera real quick while we're out there. Mike, while I go take care of that, I'll let you start off this first hand of the night for this 5-10 no limit game.
All right, so yeah, playing 5-10 no limit hold'em here tonight. Anybody new joining in? This is located at Best Bet Jacksonville. 5-10 stream game has no cap, so could see some deep stack action. I believe they went with a bomb pot to start out the game. And Alice bet her pair of sixes. Did have the jack of clubs as well. And everybody's going to let it go. A little scared of the ace on board. So Alice gets to take down the first pot of the night.
Yeah, it's from the pot. Straddle from the two.
I want to say shout-outs to Steve and Aaron in the chat. Thanks for joining us tonight, guys. Pleasure, as always, being here on a Friday night.
Call me whatever you want.
It looks like we are going to start with some action early. We've got a $25 straddle on under the gun.
You have 2 and 3 with him. Raise 50 in the threes. 58.
Peter's going to open it up with Queen 6 of diamonds.
50. Raise 220.
RZ is going to put in the 3-bet with his ace-jack suited in position. And it looks like that's going to take it down. Was raising up off of a shorter stack, so not a lot of implied odds there for Peter to continue.
I had someone in the chat I just see, is Don on the list for tonight? So Don was on the list, but he is not in the room. I don't know if something came up to where he had to leave for the day or whatnot, but he was on the list tonight, but unfortunately did have to leave. So no Don tonight, but we will be full strength, though. We will get a new player joining us momentarily. Jordan is expected to join us on the live stream here in about 10 minutes or so. So we had the seat locked up for him in the meantime.
Looks like Alice opened it up with ace-6 out of the small blind. Wasn't under gun straddle for 25 again this hand. Peter did defend that straddle. Flop comes 9-9 deuce rainbow, so Alice is going to put it out a small c-bet. And that's going to take it down uncontested. No real backdoors for Peter. Not much to continue with for him.
But also, guys, yeah, we're in flight number 3 of our $400 no limit hold'em tournament. Just started up flight number 4 about 20 minutes ago. Had over 150 entries in flight number 3 that took place earlier this afternoon. We've already surpassed that 100K guarantee in the prize pool for that tournament.
I would imagine it's going to flirt with tripling that guarantee.
Close to it. I think we were set. I think
like
we were
200 entrants yesterday.
Yeah, 203 entries in total yesterday. I think we set the prize pool to potentially being, I think around 250.
Yeah, my guess is it's going to land 250 to 300.
Yeah.
Usually Saturday is the biggest one, so I imagine tomorrow will be pretty large field sizes.
Like I said, over 150 earlier today from Flight 3, and Flight 4 just started. I'll keep you up to date of how many entries we do end up having. Seen already 20 players advance to the final day, which is going to be on Sunday. Of course, we will have that final table for you.
A pretty interesting hand brewing here. We saw Todd put in a 3-bet with 10-9 suited. He did flop middle pair and C-bet. Perry then improves to an open-ended straight draw on the turn after flopping the gut shot and calling the C-bet. So cannot imagine he's going to fold with the open-ender.
And 5 on the river, so Todd will get the check mark.
Yeah, pretty much everything bricked out. Any straight draw and flush draw missed. Todd has shown a lot of strength this hand. 3-betting pre-flop and continuing every street. Might not be a spot Perry wants to pull a bluff.
Nope, and Perry isn't let it go. But again, that's Todd. I mean, Todd, very aggressive player. Likes to showcase strength as much as he can.
Yeah, I think, you know, maybe if a heart fell, Perry could represent that. But with how bricky the river was, it's hard to represent much of anything.
Action will start with a small blind, straddle on the button.
All right, so we do have a button straddle, so action's going to start in the small blind. Aaron asking, are they separate events? No, these flights that's taking place for event 1, these are all for event 1, so we got 6 different flights. We do have multiple different events, though, that are going to be taking place during the Card Player Poker Tour, such as our main event, which is a mystery bounty main event, $1,700 buy-in, $300K guaranteed in prize pool. Bounty pools ranging anywhere from $500 to $50K, and that's going to be a fun time as well. So let's see here. Wow, set of 4s for Alice.
I was going to say, speaking of fun time, flopping bottom set, in position, in a multi-way pot, always nice to see.
Yeah. Alice
That's my definition of a fun time.
It is, absolutely. And Alice, literally every option available for her, but she's definitely going to put in the raise here.
Yeah, I think she
300.
pretty much has to put in the raise, given how wet this board is and how multi-way they are.
And Perry, who did flop a pair of kings, bet, and then Alice essentially 3x'd it, a little extra. And Perry's going to have to let it go, and Alice does take it down.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine she was putting Perry on a stronger king than he had, in which case he'd probably have to continue even to her raise, just given how wet that board was. She could be raising with a lot of different draws.
Sure. But
fortunately
again,
for her that he had a weaker kicker.
Yeah.
Fortunate for him that he had a weaker kicker.
Right. So you could even have kicker issues even in poker. Also, guys, I do know this one particular camera is a little blurry. We do get it fixed, but it is a 15-minute delay. Just bear with us. It will. It is fixed though, and it will clear back up here momentarily.
When we first started, I thought it was me, so I'm happy.
Oh
to hear
yeah,
it's it's not the case.
Aaron, yeah. So yeah, if you make it out of the flight, you do place into the final day, so you'll already be playing in the final day. Correct.
Final day being this Sunday.
That is correct.
Come on.
Todd's like, come on, give me some action, somebody.
That's right. That's the right mindset. Pull that trigger.
Hate deuce ace flop. So it's 7s are in a lead, but Todd does have the equity with having the flush draw here on this flop.
So Alice put out a small C-bet. It's going to tempt Todd into, you know, putting in a nice raise, representing a bigger ace.
Back. Oh, that's
Good read out. I just know you have shit.
Straddle in the
no
9.
re-raise? You're trapping.
Aaron, and essentially yes, but there is kind of a little bit of a it's basically a percentage of the field. So basically we end the flight by either A, reaching 10% of the field left that advances to the final day, or until the end of level 14 for that flight, which would be a few extra players that would be in. So it's kind of like a little weird, exception to it and everything. But there is still a certain percentage you have to be able to place in order to be in the money. All right, King 6 suited versus 7-6 off.
Well, I thought you had your fanny pack. I can take it.
Deuce, ace, jack, flop. Peter's king well in the lead. Which, by the way, started promoting it yesterday. I got the word about the next Best Bet live meetup game that's going to be taking place. On Tuesday, September 12th, the meetup game is going to start at 4 o'clock. It's also the industry night that's going to be taking place over at Best Bet St. Augustine, featuring Ramona and the Riot. It's a musical act that's going to be performing over there. Be on the lookout for some flyers, $5 match play coupon, as well as a free drink coupon that are on these flyers. Again, that's all taking place on Tuesday night, September 12th. The Best Bet Live meetup game taking place at 4 p.m., and then Ramona and the Riot performing at 8 p.m. down at Best Bet St. Augustine.
That sounds like fun.
It is.
Ooh.
No, Aaron, no. It has nothing to do with the main event. Event 1 is completely different from the main event. You just get into the final day if you place from flight number 6. It has nothing to do with the main.
Well, there was one Monday. No, there was one Tuesday. But it was late. It started like at 10 o'clock.
The main event's its own event.
So here it looks like Todd put out the C bet, and both RZ and Perry were open-ended. It looks like turn was an ace.
It is an ace, which is going to
give RZ Broadway. And Todd's not going to slow down, turning top pair.
So I think it's going to be super random.
And RZ does go ahead and put his short stack all in. Todd does call it off, so RZ will be on his way to a little bit of a double up.
Great.
A decent hand.
Total 460.
Actually, a little more than a double up for RZ.
Yeah, a little extra dead money from the third player, pre-flop and flop. Looking back through the chat, it looks like Brooks says Don is deep in the third flight. That's why he missed his name for this game. So
that would make sense. That would 100% make sense.
It's a good reason. It's a good reason why he missed out.
It's a very good reason.
We might be able to see him on Sunday's live stream when he makes the final table, you know?
Yeah, if he makes the final table, I'd be for that. But that makes sense. That definitely checks out.
The only tournaments I really play is the main every year, and then like a handful of side events. Like I'll play like the WPT units here. Like
25 to play.
Something that's worth it. I don't like tournaments as much.
Raise 50 and fold 6.
5K, yeah, I'll play that.
Looks like Peter opened it up with 7-6 suited. RZ calls with 8-6 suited, fresh off of his little bit more than double up. And now Perry is going to 3-bet from the small blind. Ace-10 makes it 250. We have seen Peter and then Peter open and then fold to a larger 3-bet before, so maybe Perry's trying to take advantage of that, or just squeeze out RZ, especially given how short RZ is in comparison to that raise. Might get him out of there. Does, or Perry knew he was going to flop top 2.
Yeah, exactly.
Really good flop for him. Ace-10-4. Does put out the large C bet and quickly take it down.
I completely punted it. I had such a great table. There was so much action. Yeah, it was plenty. I'm also not trying to make cash. You know, I'm trying to win the tournament. I obviously know I can't. It would have been good. I ran into the very top of his range. Obviously, that's the way the story goes.
25 to play.
I thought the play made sense, and then I punted the rest of it. It's one of those for my last like 80,000. Like I'm saying the words call and I know that I'm beat 100%. Like,
25 more.
but I was like, I just got 500 a second ago. It doesn't
Pocket trace for Alice. See if she can
Where's
flop another set.
So we're going to see Peter defend with the 5-deuce suited out of the straddle.
4-7-9 mono board. I mean, she does have a flush draw.
She does c-bet. Can't imagine Peter's going to continue with just 5 high. Said, I think Peter's getting tired of the small continuation bets.
He likes to go ahead and just raise it.
She's going to call. Now, a few hands ago, we did see Alice put out a small c-bet and Todd raise and take it down, so maybe that's playing a little bit of a factor here. Peter knows that her small c-bet is pretty polarizing, so he tried to take advantage of it, but she knows that he knows.
That she knows that he knows that she knows that he knows.
Yeah, I mean, they're both very, very good players, so I'm sure there's some leveling war going on.
Well, and they definitely played a lot together, and 5 on the river. They've definitely played a lot of games in this room together, whether it's No Limit Hold'em, whether it's PLO, whether it's a tournament. I'm sure they know exactly how things work. And she just
both players check the river there, taking their showdown value with a small pair, hoping the other person was on the ace-high flush draw.
It's like, Peter got there on the river.
Wow, what a light call.
I think he was gonna bluff the river if he bricked. So
It's pretty funny.
Man, my image, I have no credit with you. No credit to Alex.
I think you missed a bet on the river.
100%.
25 to play, live straddle, fold 7.
All right, do have a live straddle, so 25 to play.
This is 75.
Raise 75.
Also, I do appreciate the fact that Todd has a donkey with him. Very symbolic. Ah, there we go. Now we got the camera fixed. It's back to normal now. 7-9-4 flop. So Carson, open-ended.
he is getting to play this hand in position. Imagine he would try to take control of the betting lead, possibly putting in a raise here. Instead, he just calls.
Jack on the turn.
Another card where we probably won't see Todd slow down.
No. I don't think that's in Todd's DNA or his vocabulary to slow down.
Carson is going to call again.
A few outs there, and that is not one of them. Pairs the board. Now Todd does elect to check.
And Carson is holding some interesting cards with the 8-6. They both interact with the 7 a lot. Blocking some of the... He's blocking 6-7 of spades, for example. A hand that he could have.
So Carson bet 175, it appears. And Todd makes the call. Ace high, good enough.
Ace high gets to take it down from Todd.
Which, by the way, I guess I can start promoting next Friday, big 1025 game we're going to have on the live stream. You'll see Todd actually on that game. But it's a very good lineup that we got for next Friday's 1025 game. We got Todd, we got Mario, Jimmy, Russ, John O's going to be back in the game. Got the return of Wendy as well. That's going to be a fun one for 1025.
That sounds like a good lineup.
Yeah, really good lineup to start things off.
Straddle on the 6.
Yeah, if they want
And now Jordan has got to the game now. So we are officially at full strength.
Not always.
Been a while since we've seen Jordan on the live stream. Typically plays the bigger games. Now he does play a little bit of tournament as
That's what
well.
I'm saying. I'm not going to let you have it every
Come
single
on.
time.
It's way better if it's under the gun straddle. For the game. For the game.
Raise
is better for
75
the
and 9. Fold 1.
It's good. That's, if you want, if you'll keep it on.
Yeah, if you guys
Carson
go outside
really,
and find
really
out.
wants to straddle.
They're talking about straddling. Todd's like, listen, I'm good with whatever. If we want to keep it under the gun straddle the entire game, it's like, let's do that. Which I'm for. I'm for a mandatory under the gun.
250 in the 3.
So I would imagine most of the players on this table are in favor of the under the gun straddle.
Mm-hmm.
As they were discussing, it can be better for a lot better for the game than a button straddle is. Oh, pretty dynamic flop here.
Wow, yeah. Ace, queen, 10, all spades. Carson.
Yeah, so Carson with a royal draw.
Yeah.
So he's out of there apparently.
Mm-hmm.
Perry with 2 pair versus Peter's top pair and gut shot.
Peter's going to go bet 500 here. Perry is
Yeah,
going to go ahead and call it.
Yeah, Peter initially went small on the flop, now sizing up.
Now trips. Trips for Peter. Was that a bet of 500?
Yeah, we're definitely going for value on that river card. Bet 500 on the turn, decides to bet 500 again on the river. And Perry realizing that it was definitely a value bet and he beats no value, so. Fortunate river card for him. Peter gets to take down a nice pot.
So Carson topping off, adding back on, adding 2,000.
Straddle on the button. Action start with small blind. 25 go. Fold 4, fold 6, fold 7. Fold 8. Fold 9, fold 1. Raise 75.
Todd doing his thing, raising here. 75, Jack Trey offsuit. Peter, ace deuce, we'll go ahead and call.
Looks like Peter actually put in a 3-bet.
Actually, he did throw in a 3-bet with ace deuce. He did straddle on the button, too.
Yeah, looks like Peter's aware of how light Todd tends to open, continue in hands. Looks like Todd's thinking about putting in the 4-bet.
Yeah, 4-bet, 700 from Todd. A little over a min raise there. But he does 4-bet at the 700.
Double check. Can you look, right?
Now for Peter, it's the question of the price is very good, but is it too good? Usually the small 4-bets tend to be some big hands, you know, aces, ace king, pocket kings. Especially if it's a big ace, something that Peter is pretty dominated by.
It's went like this. I open, right? Yeah. You think that I've been playing a lot of hands, so you think it's 300, but
That's the thing. You might be.
But I may have nothing, but I also might not actually have a hand, right?
I love the table talk that's going on here. I feel like these are going to be, like, if we see more hands between Todd and Peter here, things are going to get interesting.
Really bad hand.
That was a very honest breakdown of the hand by Todd there.
One card there.
Peter had a
I've been opening a lot, so you're 3-betting now.
My other one's an ace, though. I have an ace.
Thank you. Straddling it.
Yeah, definitely anticipating some fun stuff between those two.
Now it's probably a 3.
Yeah, Alice, Todd, and Peter all right in a row. All three not afraid to open up the game. 3-bet a little bit late as well. Already seen a few leveling wars on that side. Hopefully they continue.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I think as the players are more aware of that, it should, you would think, hopefully open the game up a bit more.
Yeah, I think we just saw a few minutes ago kind of Carson and Todd introducing themselves to each other. I think that hand where Carson flopped a straight draw, he might have attacked Todd's continuation bet had he had some history with him.
All right, 4 players here, and RZ flops
Perry.
2 pair, but flush draw for Perry.
Yeah, and Johannes with top pair as well.
Yeah, pair of 8s, wow. Johannes does elect to go ahead and let it go. Perry's going to go ahead and make the call with his flush draw. So our heads up now.
Heads up.
And now RZ, 6 is full of 8s.
He does slow it down, hoping that Perry improves on the river.
I know him.
Oh no, and the flush does get there on the river.
I think I know that person.
So now it's just a matter of what can get the most value for RZ. Does he just elect to go for a check raise, or does he put out a bet right here?
Bet's 100.
Yeah, he goes small.
Yeah, it was a third of the pot. RZ, Perry immediately calls it off, so RZ does collect there.
Oh, it's I would imagine that RZ was betting small, trying to induce a raise. Fortunate for Perry, he didn't fall for that.
Oh, that's a person I haven't seen in forever. Chatter's here. I haven't seen
Not
Chatter
seen him
in a minute.
Yeah. He is. I haven't seen him in a while either. Wonder where he's been hiding.
All right, last time we had Chatter actually on the live stream, we got cooled off in the worst ways possible. Had pocket
only
aces
imagine.
He had pocket aces 3 times, and he lost all 3 hands.
Jeez.
4 to go. Live.
Yeah, he's a pretty lively one to have at the table.
He very much is.
Always a fun presence.
Yes. I hadn't seen Chatter in a long time.
Raise 75.
Ooh, suited clubs for both Carson and RZ.
Looks like RZ is thinking about a 3-bet.
Yeah, I heard that's like the worst pack.
Carson did open the button after it folded around.
Well, let's it go. RZ decides to let go Queen 8 suited.
Yep, everybody else folds as well.
Yeah, so no action for Carson.
That has been my time.
Just takes it down pre-flop. All right, guys, 30 minutes down of our 5-10 no limit hold'em cash game. I'll show you the V-pips real quick. We'll change things up a little bit. Let's look at the V-pips. Jordan just joined the game a little bit ago, so no stats on him yet. Peter, 64% V-pip. Perry, 57. Todd, 42%. Carson, need to get him a hot dog and a beer. 14% V-pip. Kind of in spectator mode
He's
right
already
now.
got the beer there.
Yeah, exactly. And then here's a look at
already.
and then here's a look at who's up and who's down. Yeah, Todd right now your big winner at the moment. Perry stuck a little over 2K. But that is how things look after 30 minutes here on our 5-10 no limit hold'em game we have for you. Tomorrow, don't forget, we'll be back at it with 5-10 PLO tomorrow. Been getting a lot more PLO on the live stream, and it's been
Oh man. No,
a lot of good action for 5-10 PLO.
Oh yeah. Let's do that.
It's mainly because we have people's pictures in the stream.
Right.
We don't have to do PLO because there's more cards.
Yeah, there's a lot of cards
Oh,
in there.
pictures. Oh man, it's really missing out. Really missing out with that.
Right, exactly.
All right, so here we are. Looks like we got a bomb pot going on here. King, King, 5. Anyone with a king in their hand? Nobody right now. Ace Jack for Carson.
Yeah.
Let's go and check around.
Exactly, yeah.
4 on the turn.
Hard enough to get everybody.
So
Todd, the
that
best
gives-
hand at the moment.
Yeah, pair of 4s for Todd.
Come on, donate to my kids.
So he threw out a little $25 bet.
There you go, Johnny.
Carson does call.
My child's actually furry.
Ah,
His name is Louis. He'll be 5 in December.
Yeah, you don't have to get that old.
How old do you think I am?
My age.
What's her age? I'll be 44 this month.
So Alice does call as well.
I have a dog.
And a 9 on the river for Alice.
You only bet 25.
Because Alice has a king.
oh man, it's so dumb. Oh, we should have done that and then declared it. Like the raise.
She wins.
Nice bluff, nice bluff. 5-5.
I know I have four. I have a lot of
You had a ton of outs on the turn when you
Oh
made
man,
that
I
call.
needed a jab.
Alice had a ton of outs.
Monster turn bet. She called my monster turn bet, $25.
I know I have a lot of outs.
A lot of outs. A lot of
Damn,
pounds.
man. Alice here, she's not folding tonight.
Give me a 4. I win that thing. Or a 5. One of the two. Give me a 4 or 5. Whatever one you didn't have.
A 4 you didn't want.
Yeah, 5. Give me a
4
5.
you didn't want.
You got a
Playing
straddle on
fights
the 2.
tonight, Alice. So, just FYI, okay? That was the only bluff.
I'm getting 2 million to 1.
That's why I called with ace high.
Straddle laws, 25 to call.
When you phrase it that way,
Fold 3.
mix
Fold 4.
make that straight.
Raise 75 and 6. Fold
All right,
7.
Carson bumping up with the 75. Pocket 4s
That's the maximum raise.
for Carson.
Fold 1. Fold.
Todd, of course, is going to get in there. Pocket 9s. Straddled under the gun. Queen, King, 6. Carson
50 and 6.
is going to bet 50. Todd immediately called. So one thing about Todd, he's snappy decisions. Never really second guesses himself. Now Jack on the turn. Fisher. Todd did check. So let's see, Carson. Makes sense, he's wearing a shirt that says think. That's a chest shirt actually too, I just noticed that.
350 and 6.
I couldn't tell what the figure was until you just said it.
Yeah.
Just line it up earlier.
Yep. Yeah, because that's it's definitely the knight that's in the N. The I is the king piece, and in the H, I think that's a rook.
Yeah.
Don't ask how I know that.
Got under the gun straddle.
How do you know that?
Well, the other thing I'm going to make an observation of, the T that's on Carson's shirt looks like the same font T that's on our Best Bet logo, too.
Fold 4.
Yeah, it does.
Raise 1.
Weird observations. All right, Perry's going to bump it up to 125. 5 deuce suited. No action. Go ahead and take that down. Charles says, what's up? Hope everyone is good. Yeah, the game last night was a pretty interesting 2-2 game. It did have to cut it a little short because we ended up being four-handed. Peter's got the wine. It's funny, I joked around saying, you know, first round's on us, Peter. I'm sure you're going to go ahead and order your wine. He goes, man, I want to play poker with you. You're guessing my moves already. I'm like, Peter, I've only seen it on the live stream, you know, a few hundred times.
Fold 6.
I don't think I've ever seen him drink anything else.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, I do hear it outside. It sounds like the storm is definitely hitting pretty hard now here in, at least in Jacksonville. I'm hearing the rain hit really hard over top of us. So if you're out and about, drive safe. Definitely some wet roads out there. So another pocket pair that's leading out, and Alice is going to take it down pre-flop. So throw out the raise when you get the pocket pair. Carson threw out the straddle, so action's going to start with RZ, who does let go of 9-6 off.
Calls in the 9.
Perry's going to make the call. And Todd on the button announcing the raise, bumps it up to 75.
I don't think
Jordan's
he
gonna
had to
call.
look. If it folds to him on the button, I'm pretty sure he's going to open.
Yep.
100%.
So we got 4 players to the flop here. I think this is Jordan's first hand he's playing. Queen 10 suited, not a bad one in the big blind. Tray 8 jack flop though. Pair of jacks for Perry.
Gut shot for Jordan.
Yep.
175.
Should the 9 come, it'll give top 2 to Perry, so
Yeah, 9 would be
could get interesting.
9 would be a very interesting card, but everyone's going to fold. Perry's going to take it down.
Seems like nobody wants to battle with Perry too much.
Of course, guys, Card Player Poker Tour started up yesterday. Flights 1 and 2 already in the books. Flight 3, we had over 150 entries in that flight. Flight 4, officially an hour in. Of course, the 2 final flights are going to be tomorrow. Noon start for flight number 5. 6 p.m. start for flight number 6. And of course, we'll have the final day with final table action on Sunday. Pocket 10s for Todd. He's going to bump it up to 25 or 75, excuse me. Perry Jack 9 again.
Well, he played it perfectly the first time.
Yeah. Ace 7-4 flop. Todd's going to go ahead and bet 75. Todd will take this down. Of course, some other feature events you want to keep an eye on. The women's event, that's going to be on Wednesday, August 16th. We will have featured a final table for the women's event. That's going to be taking place, $300 buy-in for the ladies. And then, of course, Sunday we'll have the feature table with all the bounty pools that we'll have with our mystery bounty event. Bounties are going to range anywhere from $500 to $50K. And then, of course, we'll have the final table on Monday. The ideal thing would be that no one pulls the $50K bounty, and then it carries over to the final table on Monday. That would be the ideal thing.
And so you're going to have to just go and see where the list is.
That would really be interesting on a final table.
Raised 102.
Like, do you fold for the pay jump, or do you go for the 50K bounty?
Yeah, that's why I want to have that extra element. It would definitely be something that the players would think about. I have 4 players. Queen, deuce, queen, flop.
Monster flop for Alice.
Yeah, Alice just flopped the goods. She's got the full house. Deuce is full of queens. Pretty much everyone has the equity, and Todd does lead out with his bet. Now action on Alice. Kind of curious to see what Alice likes to do here. She's going to raise it. Raise it up to 250, and Todd's going to go ahead and call. He's not shy.
Man, it's definitely, you wouldn't want to, if you're Todd, you're not putting her in a monster hand.
Oh, wow.
Unfortunate.
That's
turn
not what
for
Alice
her.
wanted to see.
No. But generally, I would, if you're Todd, Alice knows you continuation bet a lot. If she had a monster, she'd probably tend to slow play more.
9 on the river.
By the time you have like 6.
Show her to me, Alice.
Queens full of deuces. That third queen definitely made things interesting.
Yeah. Made her size down her value bets for sure.
Yeah.
But
Poker Monkey, what's up? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Saying hey from Dallas. Hope things are well for you. Again, appreciate all you guys hanging out with us for this 5-10 No Limit Hold'em game. Also, once again, want to say thank you guys so much for helping us get to over 9,000 subscribers on the YouTube channel. The March to 10K officially beginning.
Balls and one.
I agree, though.
Ball two.
She plays a lot faster. It's all I
Ball
care
3 and
about.
4 and 6.
She just plays too fucking slow. Actually thinks.
If you guys like what you're seeing, make sure you hit that like, make sure you hit that subscribe button.
He says he actually thinks.
Right.
She's just a robot.
Ball and 8.
You think faster.
Table banner is very good.
125 and a 9.
And so Perry's going to bump it up to 125 with his pocket 10s.
Like, Hunter, nobody's actually thinking at this table besides me. He was like, why are you actually like even thinking about it?
Ooh, I thought RZ was
As if like they even know what they're
a little posturing there. Queen Jack's a pretty hand, but he is going to let it go.
Hello, play way faster.
I mean, all things concerning, this has been a pretty fast-moving game for this 5-10 game.
That's kind of what they were talking about over there. Todd was saying how Alice plays fast and he prefers the faster play.
Yeah.
Some of us have to actually learn.
Under the gun straddle.
I think I haven't done my computer.
Yes, you did for the tournament.
Straddle on.
That was it.
25 to
The thing is,
call.
when you
Yeah,
go
I'm not
back and
tournament, that was
study,
it.
it'll mess up your live game. Because you play too tight.
No, I just don't play this much. So,
Exactly. How-
and
75
you know,
in the
pure
4.
almost every hand is 6 ways. You don't need a study.
Ooh, ace queen for Jordan. He's going to bump it up to 75. Carson lets go of his king 6 suited.
like 5
Ace deuce for RZ on the button. Lets it go.
Ball 8.
Sorta, yeah.
And Perry looks like he's going to come along. Makes the call. Ace 6 suited. Alice in there as well. So we got suited hearts
One day,
and suited diamonds for 2 players.
convinced the
So we're going to see spades and clubs.
double board.
1 heart.
I heard.
Pair of 5s and a 4. So back door to hearts for Jordan.
It was so much fun. And then
Let's check around. 10 on the turn.
Oh,
Check 9.
On the street? Yeah, because it's
no,
not
it wasn't
really-
stream, it was off stream, but like
Oh.
it turned into like let's do 2, and then it was like let's do 3, and then it was let's just keep doing it until they say something. And we had like 5 downs.
Check 1.
But like he explained it.
Ace high, good enough. Jordan gets it.
No, you would break the room.
Oh, yeah. Because people, yeah.
I mean, people got stuck 15,
Yeah,
20
yeah.
K.
So that's Jordan's first hand that or first pot he's collected.
They don't want
It'd be over, especially with this crowd. Like, they couldn't get enough. It was out on the floor over there. Just had like a random table. It started as 5-10 the limit on the board. And then we turned it into double move.
it all started.
Allegedly, I may have something to do with it.
It all started with Wendy.
Yeah.
He wants to play 1 heart. Then that hand,
Chuck loved it.
stacks 3 people.
Yep.
I was gonna say,
Then-
somebody wins a big pot and
No, then
I'm on
let's
a
do another
straddle.
one.
they want to get their money back.
Under the gun straddle.
Chuck, bless his heart, he did not leave with money that day. So,
He's still winning.
no.
Yes,
No.
he lost the bet, but he's still winning.
Oh, after I left?
Ball 4.
Oh, after
Because they stopped.
like 2-5 chuck.
I think they are talking about no chop chuck.
Super nice guy.
It's the only player I could think of that they're talking about there.
Glasses, silver
You know
hair.
Chuck. Surprised you don't know Chuck.
I do. I always think that.
And
Mechanic
call.
Chuck.
And it's it.
Mechanic Chuck.
That's it.
Oh, they're talking about mechanic chuck.
I don't know if I know that Chuck.
Check 2.
If you saw him, you would know who he is.
Probably.
Plays a lot of 2-5. We'll play some 5-10 as well.
I'll let people say.
We'll fire a bullet or 2 in some of the tournaments too.
Check 2.
So there's a spade draw out there, diamond draw out there, a few potential straight draws. And the jack on the river for Todd.
So that was Todd's draw.
They have like
Yeah.
Why I always joke around like at the beginning of the
But good.
double board deal when we're playing Hold'em. Good luck on. I don't know who's gonna be. There's someone's gonna be on.
Might have been one of the first times we haven't seen Todd bluff at it.
Under the gun
Especially the ones
straddle.
that don't know really how to.
Arnold says, greetings from the Netherlands. Good for you to pass by. Thanks for stopping through. Appreciate you hanging out with us.
Stuck 13K?
That's before Tommy Bennett.
Yeah.
I'm sure that
He Bennett earlier.
25 to call.
it'll break.
Hold 4 and 6.
They can't just spread it?
Hold 7.
Just spread it?
He's afraid it'll break his room. I mean, he can.
Raise 75 and 8.
Just do whatever you want.
Johannes opened it up, 7-6 suited.
This guy don't play that like that. They don't sit that.
Perry calls with the king queen from the button.
See what Peter elects to do here. This call as well. Let's wait for the action tracker to get caught back up a little bit here. We got 3 players, it looks like.
Putting it all in.
Yeah, Peter was calling from the straddle, closing action, so
Check 3.
10, 4, 6.
could have a lot of hands.
That's all it takes.
75 and 8.
Just waiting for the action tracker to get caught back up. Probably froze here. Again, it is raining pretty bad too, so I don't know if the weather's affecting our action tracker here.
It was great.
You can call hold around.
Yeah, because like just flip it, like, you know.
Well, Perry's going to take it down.
You get the
Yeah, it is going to be Perry. The action. Okay, now it does catch up, and Perry does take down his hand.
Yeah,
Yeah, he raised it.
It was not. I played for an hour, just for fun. I was like
Pressing button. A lot of people.
if you pay attention.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. The hand was a little wonky there, but we're still able to get it.
If you really pay attention to it, it'll be like almost like 2 or 3 in a row. Where it's not that person will be like right
Yeah,
next to it.
they were taking $7 every hand.
Yeah, yeah.
I see. That's kind of cool. Yeah.
Under the gun straddle.
Or like sometimes they'll just do that and not give
Fold
it
6.
kind of varies.
Fold 7. Fold 8. Fold 9. 75 into 1. Calls 350 into 3.
Peter with a nice 3-bet. Jordan wakes up with ace king behind as well. He's going to stick it all in. Imagine Peter's going to call and these two will chop it up.
And a call into 3.
Never the most comfortable feeling getting a cold 4-bet shoved on.
We're going to run Trey. We're going to run twice.
Oh, just go one.
Oh yeah, one time.
Oh, never mind.
Ooh.
Now,
Yeah.
Okay, they decide.
I didn't even notice that.
Yeah,
Same
like
hand.
this
Same hand.
before.
Yeah.
So they fan at 1.
So I do obviously chop it up, both holding ace king. Anticlimactic all in.
Completely give me a complete total free roll.
Now it's helping determine. Not helping.
Yeah.
Determine break. Oh, I made flush just once.
D-Money dropping bombs in the YouTube chat. Just gifted 10 live memberships. Appreciate that, D-Money.
Gun straddle.
Everybody's gobbling them up. Almost gone.
Did you really?
And there they go.
By the call.
Once again, thank you very much, D-Money.
Fold 8.
We all appreciate you very much. Especially the 10 lucky folks, all highlighted in green there.
Raise 75 into 2. Fold 3. Call 4.
Here we did see Todd open it up to 75 with 8-4 suited from the button. Again, folds around to his button in a straddle pot, and he is going to raise it up with just about anything. Looks like Jordan was the only caller. And
Into 2.
we're going to see Todd c-bet the 9-6-6 flop. King of clubs on the turn. Not a great card for Jordan. Gave the flush draw to Todd. Todd did slow it down rather than using that as a way to continue bluffing on the turn. Gets rewarded with a club on the river. And Jordan's going to let it go, and Todd bets river. Todd gets a scoop of pot. Aggression getting rewarded.
Oh, and PLO.
Straddle. Button straddle. Actual start on the small blind.
Wow, I just walked back in and I see my dude D Money gifting 10 memberships.
I assumed you disappeared to go try to grab one of those bad boys. I was like, I don't know where you went, but I assumed that was the reason.
Nah, I had to go out and take care of a quick thing. Got summoned real quick. But Carson, pocket kings.
Wakes up with a monster.
Yep. Jordan initially raised it. Carson calling with his kings. Peter calls as well.
Yeah, Peter was the button straddler in this hand. Always call action start on Jordan out of the small.
So Carson still in the lead here with his kings. Jordan is going to call. He's got a back. He actually has quite a bit. Well, that improves him a little bit more. It pairs the board, but now he's got a flush draw on top of the fact that he has a gut shot.
And now it's just a question of what size Carson may want to use. He went pretty small on the flop. I would imagine he'll size up here on the turn.
Yeah,
pretty safe.
Yeah,
pretty safe turn card and good spot to overbet, deny all the different flush draws and straight draws.
Yeah, D Money, as always, man, appreciate you with the gifted memberships. Another 10 spot from you.
You don't have to stream on your phone, but I can see it right over there.
Is it the one right now?
Yeah.
Where? Yeah, that is. Man, how good is your eye, dude? Yeah, it's true. That's fucked up.
Fold 9, fold 1. That's funny. Fold 2. 75 on 3.
So Peter's going to open it up to 75. Fold around to him on the cutoff. Jordan's going to call from the bottom, King 10.
406.
And Carson gets to put in a 3-bet, makes it 400 to go with Ace 10 suited out of the small blind. That looks like the 3-bet is going to just take it down. Joseph Ney in the chat says, "Hey, livestream crew, I'm in event 1 right next to the stream table." Well, best of luck to you, Joseph. Hopefully we can see you on the live stream table in 2 days. Anybody unaware, he's talking about event 1 of our card player tour going on right now. Flight number 4 just kicked off at 6 o'clock. We've got 2 flights tomorrow at 12 and 6 p.m. with day 2 on Sunday. We'll be streaming the final table of that event live as well on Sunday night. So maybe, just maybe, we'll see Joseph on there. Now, we're going to see if Jordan wants to put in a 3-bet with his pocket jacks. Does not, elects just to call. This might open the door for Carson to put in a 3-bet. Pocket 9s on the button. Sure enough, Carson does. 3-bet to 375. Trying to thin this field. Really, really good squeeze spot for him.
Just double check and look back at the action. It's like, I already know who put in the raise. And then Carson, yeah, as you mentioned, is trying to thin this out.
And then maybe RZ is thinking he's trying to squeeze everybody out and is debating on whether he wants to shove or fold.
think this is going to be an eventual fold for RZ. Yep. Yeah, he does this thing where he stacks up his chips, and it looks like he's thinking about putting in the all-in, and then he just immediately folds afterwards. A little tendency I've been seeing from him. Todd, of course.
Todd call, which might open the door for Peter to come in. Ace 4 suited in a multi-way pot with 3 of them being very deep.
Wow. So
surprised Jordan didn't back jam there. To be honest, thought that's what he might be setting up for.
Trey 7-5 flop.
So both Jordan and Carson's pairs are over pairs to this board. Peter's double gutted. Any deuce or 6 would give him the straight.
Ooh, what a turn card. Set of jacks now for Jordan.
And good check back on the flop for Carson. Obviously, most people are going to fire out with their pocket 9s when check 2 on the button with an overpair.
Yeah, it's checking around.
Check 2.
Ooh,
Jordan's going to get the clean run out.
Yeah. That does give Todd a pair of queens.
Looks like Peter's thinking it over, debating on maybe pulling a bluff here. Thinks better of it multi-way with 2 opponents behind, especially when an overcard comes on the river in a 3-bet pot. Queen hits a lot of people.
Jordan does throw in a little over half the pot with his bet.
Yeah, looks like Todd put in the call. Yeah, max value for Jordan. Getting a queen river card.
Button is good. Third.
That's a big, a nice little decent sized pot for Jordan coming through there.
Yeah, just about a double up for him on that hand.
Yeah. All right, 1 hour down, and that's the way things look after an hour. Perry 50% VPIP, Peter 46, Todd 43, Jordan 36. Jordan finally getting involved with some of the action. Just waiting for the hand to close so I can show you the earnings. There we go. Now that's closed. So here's the way things look after an hour. Todd a little stuck now. Jordan up 1,600. Alice up 1,000. RZ is up 890. Peter relatively even. Perry still stuck a bit, but he did work himself out a little bit of the hole that he was in. But 1 hour down officially on the live stream here. And again, just a reminder, guys, flight number 4 currently taking place right now. As Candyman Joe in the chat just said, he's right next to us as flight number 4. You see some of the tables being used for that. I'll get an update a little bit later to see how many entries we have in flight 4. We had over 150 entries in flight number 3 earlier today. We've definitely surpassed that 100K guarantee as well. 6 queen 6. We got a bomb pot taking place here. Who has the 6? Nobody. Todd has a queen. Now 5 on the turn. So Todd bet 50. Probably going to get everybody to fold. Yep. Oh no, Jordan's still in. Jordan made the call, okay, with his 8s. And that's more paint on the river. That's a king.
And river goes check, check. Queen is good for Todd. Not quite getting it all back from a big pot he just lost, but getting some of it.
Yeah, listen. As long as Todd's in the game and he's got chips in front of him, he's going to be firing away as much as he can.
You know, like I'm just saying, if I'm the ball bunch again next time, I want to chase them. I'm not going to play bumpers anymore. That's that easy.
It's like Johannes had a gripe about the bomb pots.
Raise 75.
All right, RZ is going to bump up to 75, ace-7 offsuit. Jack-10 offsuit for Todd, who did straddle under the gun. Wow, what a flop for RZ. Trip aces.
I think it should.
It always stays on the bump.
If we're doing it in a weird way, I'd say so.
I can see both.
When we do the 2-2 string, because we do it in action turn,
Well, 'cause
it's a same, it's a normal hand, yeah. Well, not for the single board 2-2. Straddle under 3.
Yeah, but you can't. But you in a 2-2 game, you can't just keep the button where it is.
Oh yeah, lead.
Said you hurt your wrist swimming?
Snorkeling.
How did that happen?
Coral or something?
Because I don't know how to swim.
I was just
Oh,
I was just calling what he did last first bomb pot.
That's like like you gotta play.
Raise 75.
Someone learning.
That's a good reason.
No,
75.
yeah, that's it.
I had a left jacket,
Yeah.
but I was still scared. And the tights pushed me. Then I don't know how to like defend. So then the tights pushed me and I had to throw the rock.
Okay.
Trey, deuce 4 flop. So Todd with the wheel draw. He also could hit a. Actually, he's got a gutter as well.
Would you want to learn how to swim? Do you want to learn how to swim?
I guess, yeah. I
Bet
can show
150, maybe.
Where'd you snorkel at?
Hawaii.
Oh, wow. What a place to be doing this.
Looks like Todd's going to put in the raise.
Yeah, over bets the pot with that raise.
Was it wildfires whenever
That
you were
was-
He's going to take it down.
Yeah,
I was right.
Oh, wow.
that's Todd's aggression.
That's crazy.
I said so recent.
Yesterday.
Yeah, very recent.
Oh, no, that you were there and like the fires.
It's hard for you to be in Hawaii yesterday. Here all day forever.
Steve, you'll be surprised. Alice, once you get her going on a subject and a topic, she is definitely definitely fun to have a conversation with.
No shit.
Prime example, just ask her opinion about Poker Bunny.
Oh, God.
Probably one of the funniest conversations that we had on our live stream when they were talking about Poker Bunny and Alice was on the table.
He's really like a special
He is.
He drinks every day. Beer, wine, bubble
He's
tea.
very unique.
Well, now they're talking about Purple Pie Gali.
He's got some habits.
Trey 10 flop.
3:45 every day. Still look good.
Yeah, it is amazing how like I couldn't imagine what he does. Like it's like,
Oh, you are?
He loves it. Loves it. Loves it.
Still have fun while grinding. Yeah, or else it's
He loves it.
Feels like work.
oh, it is. Or
Yeah, you know what I mean, though.
yeah.
Like work.
I was telling Hunter, I could never compete.
The other funny story
No, and he's
about Alice that Hunter told on the live stream. I can't go into too much detail on it, but TLDR version of it is Alice one time took an edible. That's that, and I will just leave it at that.
We're over there.
Raise 75.
I will preface that though by also adding it was accidentally.
On my phone, I've saved me a mistake. I got it.
She slipped and fell and accidentally ingested something she didn't know what it was.
It was something that was given accidentally. Was not intended, but it just happened.
Yeah, I don't really drink a whole lot, but nice to have a glass or two, relax a little bit.
Also, guys, of course, Card Player Poker Tour taking place now. And soon, before you know it, WPT will be around. Can't talk about some of the details yet, but I've been privy to some information I'll be more than happy to share once we're done with Card Player. Right now, focus is on Card Player Poker Tour with everything going on, but once we can start talking about WPT things, I'm sure a lot of people are going to be super excited for it. So just stay tuned.
I know I am.
Yeah, it's going to be a very fun time. But we'll talk about all that after the conclusion of the Card Player Poker Tour. Wow, Peter just flopped 2 pair. Trays and 6s. Todd with his pocket 5s.
I just have a pet.
Todd did continuation bet.
And Peter's like,
and then
okay.
Immediately tells the truth about his hand.
Yep, and Peter raises it to 225. And Todd calls it. Here we go again with the battle. 10 on the turn. Todd essentially drawing to just 1 out.
A lot of river cards could open the door for Todd to bluff, though. This board's getting pretty scary. Which is why Peter puts out a pretty hefty bet near putt size with bottom 2 pair.
Yep.
About half the deck can kill his action on the river.
Yeah, considering how the board's running right now.
Any heart, any diamond, any Broadway card.
Yep. Todd
any
does
board
let it
pair.
Go. Yeah.
A lot of things could hurt him.
Yeah. Unless it was another tray or 6 that came out. But yeah, even then, like, still quite a few cards that could definitely make you feel like even your 2 pair is no good.
Which is a situation you want to size up your bet. Charge the max. Definitely not the kind of board you want to slow play 2 pair on.
Yep. Basically, moral of the story, make it to where the price of poker definitely increased. All right, so Alice raises it to 75 with ace tray suited. Pocket kings for Jordan. There's a 3-bet coming, 400. 3-bet for Jordan. Action back to Alice now. No, never mind, she folded. Peter is going to let it go as well.
So I was just trying to get in.
Yeah. And Jordan's like, oh.
I got 2 overs.
That was funny. Been a pretty interesting 5-10 game we've had tonight. Again, just a reminder, don't forget tomorrow we'll be back at it with some 5-10 PLO. It's been good to get PLO back in the mix on the live streams.
Now we got the bonus live stream Sunday night. Final table.
Actually,
cannot wait for that one.
Actually, a couple bonus streams because we'll have that, and then Wednesday we'll have the women's feature to final, and then Thursday night 5-10 no limit hold'em action makes its return, and then Friday night the big 10-25 game, which is going to be a very fun game. I'm looking forward to that one. 5 jack flop, 2 pair for Peter, 10s and jacks. So we were talking about Candyman Joe earlier in the live stream and just joined us in the chat and everything. He won the past month, won that St. Augustine tournament circuit, tournament leaderboard. So he got a little extra out of that. I think if I remember correctly, I saw he cashed at St. Augustine tournaments 11 times in the month of July. I mean, if you want consistency, that's it, right? Carson raised it to 75. Alice does call. She did straddle. 5 trace suited. Deuce 4 jack. So she's open-ended.
You know what I mean? It just seems like one of those
She's going to bump it up to 200. 4x to Carson's bet.
frustrating. You know what I mean? We're always riding you always which obviously
The straight does complete. Alice is going to go ahead and put in the pot size bet.
yeah. It's like holding this stuff. You can kind of like read it a little bit easier.
Alice does indeed take it down. Of course, it is Friday night in the room. It's going to pick up, going to get a little busy. Of course, with all the tournament flights going on, it's Friday night. We're going to see some games open up as well.
Yeah, that's tricky.
RZ's going to raise on the button. See what he's got. Action tracker getting caught back up here. King 9, all right. Todd with 6 deuce off. Defending a straddle. Pair of queens and an 8.
I know I'm calling it drop every time. I know I'm drop.
Aaron's is like the wish legendary Mr. It's Mr. Bill's birthday today? What? Oh, definitely got to wish Mr. Bill a happy birthday. The legend himself. Hopefully he is continuing to do legendary things. Yeah, definitely happy birthday to Mr. Bill.
The awesome thing about double board is no one knows
It's either you or Chuck.
And my 2 pair was good on
So 25.
I definitely.
I like playing any good total players. I don't know. I know a little bit, you know.
Enough to be dangerous.
Exactly. Just with them, they don't know how to navigate it, you know.
Yeah, so they only bet when they have it. Those are the guys you play with.
I got 3 players at the flop here. Ace, 6, deuce. Perry does catch a 6 on this flop.
Bet 100.
Really about it for everybody else.
Way down the street.
It's like a bottom game.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Straddle and 4.
You know, when you play Kilo for a while, and then you hold them against Kilo with those guys. Who's the guy? And then you see what they arrive with. You're like, you're potting it with that?
Not bad, right?
And you just
Cheater.
like the fence at the house and stuff, that ram.
Oh, you have
Sometimes it's dangerous for pure hold'em players.
That's what I'm saying, because we don't know what
Exactly.
they have.
It's not terrible, it's not great.
Raise
Yeah,
75 and 70.
you don't need it.
That's what I mean, you know what I mean? Because like, you like if someone's betting hard, it's like, okay, well you kind of.
Some hold'em player might bump the river on the first board with his hat. He's very bad.
Yeah, exactly.
And you're sitting
You
there,
know
right?
this guy's not bluffing. You're here folding like 10 times bluffing. And he'll show you, I'm not bluffing.
Yeah, you're sitting there with a set. You're like, what?
So
What
you're,
do I do?
you're folding like 8 times bluffing. You know
Yeah,
the
or
guy's
yeah,
not
or a
bluffing.
smaller flush. Yeah.
I'm not bluffing in real street.
Turn always brings more out.
PLO does.
Was that 2 what?
250. That's up.
Yeah, yeah.
Check
I've been deuce,
set.
sir.
Showdown, please.
I've been deuce. Oh.
Fair king.
Whoa, he did turn.
Turn always brings more out.
That's the worst one to think of.
Thank you.
You're going to bed. Look like you're going to bed. I was going to call you.
I felt pretty confident that you would call me if I bet.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I did not.
Remember it.
25 to play. Live draw.
Oh my God, they're saying it's Mr. Bill's birthday. Happy birthday to Mr. Bill indeed. I wish the legend was here. If anybody missed it a couple weeks ago, the legend, Mr. Bill, played in back-to-back streams and absolutely crushed the weekend. Here we do see Perry crush this flop, flopping top pair with King Jack on Jack 10 deuce. And after he bets, everybody's got to let it go.
That unfortunate's been seeming the way for Perry tonight. Like, he'll get a pretty decent flop, and unfortunately, no other action to go his way.
Somebody had an ace. You have an ace?
Yeah, except for that one hand where he flopped 2 pair against Peter and got counterfeited.
Yeah.
Start with the small blind.
Yeah, that one did not work out for him.
A pot bloating up didn't go his way.
No.
Go figure.
Wow, I just walked back in. I see RZ took down another one too, huh?
Raise 75.
He's got over 2,400 bro, close to 2,500. And he bought in short stack just about a little over the min buy. He came in for 545 and he's already 5x'd it. So RZ having a good night. 4 Jack deuce flop, so 10's very much in the lead. Only one true out for Peter.
Both Jordan and Peter are probably feeling pretty comfy with their hand at this point. Only one overcard and it being a jack.
We are at the turn now, and Jordan has bet out 125. That's a 7. Peter does make the call. 5 on the river. 10s are going to be good here.
Showdown, please. Pair of 10s.
So after check on the river, Jordan takes it down with the 10s. Just a little bit better than Peter's 9s.
South Carolina, right?
Well, Aaron's saying Mr. Bill's going to be back the 24th, 25th. All right.
I will see
The legend will return.
Yep, I will see Mr. Bill on the 24th. The 25th, I am going to be taking time off.
Whoa.
25th and 26th. I'm going to be taking those 2 days off to kind of recharge a little bit.
Didn't know you were allowed to do that.
Yeah, neither did I.
Yeah, it's not bad. I don't know why people think it's bad.
Well, I'll definitely see Mr. Bill on the 24th.
Like anyone that loves action, everybody has their moments, right? Where they're plugged in the same way as everybody else.
Legend himself.
Yeah, he's doing really good on what's
I mean, he had a last time he was on the live stream a couple weeks ago. He crushed it. Both games that he was on. The 2-5 is the $25 big blind ante and the 5-10 game. He ran away with it. It was his weekend.
I'll bet you he'll be here next
What's this one that's running right now? 400?
Yeah. Next week.
So 100K guarantee on it though? How many days?
RZ Ace-7 suited. Facing Johannes's 3-bet of 400.
So 2 days coach.
4 days. So
Yeah, it has to be more
No,
than 2.
it's the final day is Sunday. It's a 2-day tournament, but it's 6 flights.
2 begins Sunday morning.
Yeah, Sunday at noon.
Okay. And you think they'll get that done in one day?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was saying like 4
it's pretty
like
fast.
throughout the 3.
Yeah.
So what's the structure? 30-minute level?
Yeah, I think so.
It has to be, right?
He will let it go.
Yeah, it's pretty fast.
Well, I was just saying like I think the flight
Was
started
it 20K
yesterday.
or 25K?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's 2 days, but there's 6 flights. But it's
Oh, they're
2
doing
days,
morning
it's
and
a 2-day
noon
tournament.
flights the first couple of days, or early and late flights basically to get
Yeah,
that
like
right.
12 and then
That's why I said when I walked in,
5,
they had
6,
stack setup. That makes more sense.
Yeah, of course, we already surpassed the guarantee for flight for event number 1. 100K guarantee for that tournament. Already passed it. So we're anticipating, expecting to potentially have 250K in the prize pool by the time we hit our final day. Eight queen 5 flop, so a pair of queens for Carson.
Looking back on it, I mean, or you just forfeit your team. But anyway, so I played like that 21. Looking back on it now, it was
It'll look like a spot either of the opponents are going to continue.
Yeah,
Kind of hard.
didn't really hit anybody else.
No, that's what it was. Yeah. Thankfully, it was like.
I mean, RZ's got some backdoor Broadway, and Harry's got a backdoor flush draw, but
Like a Friday, Saturday, Sunday type thing. But I played the 21. And it was like a year ago. Before I knew who they were. At this point, like.
I'm
I think
telling you,
Carson's picking up on what you talked about earlier.
Yeah, he always does that. He'll position his chips, he'll mess around with his chips, and then he'll arrange it to where like he is going to be making a move, but then he just elects to fold.
Yeah, I think even Carson kind of laughed at it that time.
25 to go live.
He's done that a few times now.
Top gets the fair.
It's kind of when I first started.
Ultimate posturing.
Raise 75 and 6.
It's like Carson bumped up to 75. Queen Jack offsuit. RZ folds. Ace King for Johannes and the small blind.
Yep, 3-bet incoming.
Now it's 10-9 suited. She'll let it go. Elects not to defend her straddle, and Carson folds as well, so Johannes will take it down.
You could see in Alice's eye that she wanted to play the 10-9 suited, but the pre-flop opener being behind her probably takes away some of that temptation in case Carson was opening with a real hand. He'd be not afraid to put in the 4-bet.
Sure.
Also, Johannes has been a little bit quiet this evening, so
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a snug night for him.
like he's in there 3-betting super light left and right by any means. So
Right. All right, Peter
Yeah,
now
Aaron's-
raising it up.
Aaron says that pump fake is not going to work at this table. No, I don't think so, especially in a
No.
multi-way pot like that.
So let's see. Pair of sixes for Peter and the flush draw. Hit everything on his flop, and simple bet and take for him.
Yeah, Todd unable to get creative with 5 high on that board.
$25 to play. Raise 75 and 4. 6.
Oh, pocket kings for Jordan. Just had this hand a few, about 10 minutes ago. Pocket sixes for Todd is going to make the call.
We used to have lights. Like it would be lit
I
up.
think we can. I think it can be lit up, but it's just not like that. Golden three players.
I was going to see a
We do
flop.
see pairing in there as well.
Wow, Jordan just flopping. Best of it.
That's 75.
Set of kings. And unfortunately, whoa, never mind. Todd's going to call. Less than 1% equity. I got pocket sixes. Now I'm drawing dead.
Closer, because you kind of have to see each other. So like the gap here is kind of too tall.
I personally like the deeper.
You like it deeper?
I like it deeper.
Like this?
Yeah,
Because
that's where
you
you
call.
What? Oh, because I'm tall.
Todd continuing to
Short people.
Yeah, it could be the way.
fire away here.
There was a
Lean
home
on the
game
river.
in Tallahassee that I played in, like in college, and they had a table that was like deep like this, and I guess I played that a lot.
Now Jordan,
What?
after Todd checks it to him.
Trying to figure out what he can get value out of and what size to make it.
650 in the 4.
He bets 650.
Well, the room over there sucks.
Want to sell it?
No.
I played in that one.
Oh man, that was before my time.
That room was very bad.
Todd does let it go.
It's better the one in Quincy.
I think Todd was just trying to figure out what Jordan could have, especially if he had a real hand on that flop. You'd assume it's ace king. Usually you'd see that check back, but
Truth is, with the old deck, I
Are
would
we
probably got about
wanting to
60
make
hands
it
as well.
here?
If he's not near, just take 15 from the stack for time and your 2 bomb pots for 15.
Yeah, because 5 is a 10. 10's the rate.
All right, let's go ahead and show the stats. Here's a look at the V pips. Yeah, Todd, Peter, Perry all above 40%. Jordan 28%. Kind of balancing and evening themselves out now as this game's been going. We are again our hour and a half into tonight's 510 live stream. Once this hand closes out, I'll show you the earnings. Who's up, who's down. And there it is. And there's a look at that. Jordan, the big hand there, up over 2K. RZ's up 1,700. Alice is up a bit. Peter's still relatively even. Right now, Perry's still the most stuck. Todd and Carson, as well as Johannes, a little stuck, but we could see them make all that back in the hand with the way this game is playing. And then here's a look again at the V-pips.
No, but like he's going to see if there's going to be more that can be done with.
I know the answer.
No.
Because I can do whatever the fuck I want, I'm paying time.
No matter what he says. Yeah, because we can turn this in, like you said, double work deal if we wanted to.
I don't have a question.
No, Jordan.
Yeah.
All right, ace, deuce, ace 4 for Peter. They're playing a bomb pot.
Not check 2.
Check 3.
We have it to where we have like another button.
Jordan, you check?
Yeah. Is the officer of the dealer button, like, is there, like, are we allowed to do, like, another bump button?
Yeah, so what they were asking, which is something that we'd have to get extra approval from, about adding a button opposite of the dealer button to do another bomb pot is what they were asking.
Yeah, it's a reverse moving button.
Yeah.
So, like, for instance, in this hand, the dealer button is in seat 2, and they did a bomb pot. So the next time the dealer button hits seat 1, they would do a bomb pot.
Yeah, which I did ask that. That's something that we actually have to get extra approval from. So unfortunately, not able to do that tonight.
Thought if I say it fast, it was
No, it's becoming more popular in certain areas. Just that way it randomizes and rotates the bomb pot button. So that way it's not the same player getting to play in position.
Yeah.
But it definitely is an extra layer that you can't just kind of create out of thin air as easily as you may have liked to.
Yeah.
Got a straddle on the floor.
Well, I haven't, but like I have.
Oh, I know that. Usually just goes 5-10, right?
Yeah. There's every once in a while where if there's a 2-5, like if I'm playing during the day, I'll just play 2-5 player.
Straddle up.
It's somewhat rare.
Fold 6, fold 7,
No, I live in
fold 8, fold 9. Raise 75 into 1.
Yum.
Calls into 2.
How wide do you think my range is in this spot?
Calls 3. Fold.
Super wide.
super tight.
3 players.
So it was Alice who opened the button. Todd and Peter both called.
That's part of your, my range
There's
too, though.
That's definitely part of my range.
Part of hers too.
And now both Todd and Peter flop a pair of 6s.
50 into 2.
Todd leads with his.
Calls into 3.
This is that thinking thing that you're not supposed to do that.
Raise 300 into 1. Calls into 2.
Hold on, I have to look at my hand.
Peter's going to be the one to turn the best hand. Turning the straight. Did bring the front door flush in, though, and it's multi-way.
600 into 3.
Seen a different aggressor on all 3 streets so far. Kind of interesting. Alice pre-flop raise, Todd led, and then Alice raise flop, and now we see Peter lead on the turn. Not that often you see 3 different people take the lead.
A little bit of a roller coaster.
What a roller coaster of emotion right now.
No, didn't have no set.
I remember like one times I was like thinking about going to like one game like
100 to go in straddle.
I'm not gonna go. And then I looked 2 hours later, same exact thing.
By the way, guys, if you're out and about and you are wanting to play in our $400 No Limit Hold'em tournament,
Like I only want to go, you know.
Flight 4 going on right now. Registration is going to be open until the start of level 9, so a little over 2 hours. More like 2.5 hours, I would say. That is
Raise 225 into 2.
registration being open until then.
4 into 6.
He usually was like starting like in the starting, but he was like, and there's like 2 games that he's running.
The most of it is good.
Yeah,
You want to call? 100%. I can call. So raise. I appreciate all donations.
Todd,
I appreciate
3
all
bets at
donations.
225. RZ, with
RZ
ace
is
game.
definitely not folding.
All options out.
I wouldn't be surprised if he does, though. I mean, not saying.
This is where he's going to pump fake the fold.
Ah.
Oh, he did let it go.
He did.
Wow.
I had a funny feeling. Anytime
I
he's
was
faced,
on the other end.
yeah,
I thought
anytime
he was
he's
going to pump fake fold.
well, and like I said, I think anybody else that would be a call. But RZ has definitely played a lot tighter than a lot of players on the table. That's why I kind of had a feeling he was going to be letting it go. That was just more of a gut instinct on what the player is actually going to do in this case.
402.
Todd's going to bet 400. Perry calls. Pair of 10s are in the lead for Todd.
If he was dealing, I would definitely leave in.
Perry thinking what size he might be able to bet here to take it down. Straight draw missed. Looks like he's going to try to represent a bigger hand than he's got for sure.
Wow, pretty big bet from Perry, and Todd called it off.
Yeah, River,
wow.
River Deuce shouldn't have changed anything.
Yeah.
I'm assuming from Todd's perspective, if he thought that Perry had a real hand, he would check it over.
Right.
Since Todd is 1 to triple barrel.
Yeah, that was a huge bluff attempt there from Perry, though, and Todd just read it perfectly.
Yeah. No thought really needed. He just snap called.
No. That's the thing about Todd, and that's, like I said, that's one thing I definitely like about his game. He does not take long to think. He goes with his first instinct, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
He's an advocate of think long, think wrong.
Yep.
7. Raise 75 and an 8.
So Todd somehow
Call 9.
got absolutely the maximum in that hand. If RZ would have shoved pre-flop, he would have just taken it down. And then Perry elected to go for a big bluff. And Todd sniffed it out. So what could have been a pre-flop fold turned into a really large river bet.
No, you have a wide range. I mean,
No shit. That's a really good read. You should take one orbit to establish.
Pretty good response from Todd.
You're giving like 70 right now.
You're saying he doesn't play like Hunter.
Bet 203.
No offense to Hunter.
Here we see Peter with a trip 9s.
I'm assuming you big game still play the same.
Raise
I would say that I have
600.
Carson decides to represent the 9, putting in a raise. Unfortunate for him that Peter does have it.
That might be
Call 9.
5's about it. It's all relative to the game.
No, but when you're an action player,
I'm
you're always
always
gonna
an
be higher stake. You still.
There's enough sample sizes we are on the live streams to see that I'm not.
Heads up.
Peter does obviously call with his trip 9s. And the river's a jack. It brings no diamond for the flush draws. All the straight draws brick out as well, so let's see if Carson keeps trying to represent a 9 here.
1100 in the 6.
He does, betting 1100. He's trying to represent the type of hand that Peter has. If Peter had a weaker ace or some sort of flush draw, obviously this play would work. Fortunate for Carson, Peter does have a 9. You can see Carson's line is so strong that Peter is not even snap calling right now. Thinking it over for a minute. It's like he's reading Carson for strength. Which, if that's the case, Peter might be wondering if he's outkicked. Say Carson has Queen 9, King 9.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, maybe along the lines of with that 7 being in Peter's hand, maybe some issues.
It's really tough just because you're still chopping with 9-10 and 9-8 as well, but also the fact that Peter's pretty under-repped by only calling the turn. Peter does have to put in the call.
Yep. Peter does make the call, and wow, just like that, big pot going Peter's way. Peter has almost 8K in front of him now.
Yeah, you can see how that's how strong of a line Carson took on that hand. I mean, even a guy holding the 9 believes that he might be beat. It's a pretty unfortunate timing for Carson going for the bluff there. Opponent woke up with top of range. Gonna keep seeing the chips get pushed to that side of the table. Todd and Peter both accumulating pretty nice sized stacks, and they may collide at some point, given how active both of them like to be.
That's what I was trying to think. I'm like, I was talking too much talking. I don't know what the hell happened. I know I got turned.
Well, keep in mind, Jordan collected 2 pretty big pots.
Yeah, and I was trying to reach out like, fuck, I have no idea what happened. Seriously, I was like trying to reach out like, fuck it, I just too much.
Checking 8.
An insight of Peter's philosophy there.
If you heard it, I don't know if you caught the beginning of it. He said, what I was thinking about was trying to remember how that hand even started because we were all joking and talking too much.
Oh.
I forgot what happened. So he said he was trying to replay the pre-flop and flop action back because he couldn't remember it.
That is pretty funny.
Wow, look at
It's like, I'm not sure how we got here, but I call.
That is pretty funny. But I was mentioning before then, too, I mean, Jordan's picked up a few big pots as well. So, yeah, Todd, Peter, and Jordan. And Alice as well. Alice is up a bit, too. So, yeah, essentially that entire side of that table.
Which there's no short of action either, so it's not like none of them are locking up the win. It always sets up for a pretty fun game when some of the action, more unafraid players are chipping up early. Especially through aggression. We've already seen a couple of late 3 and 4 bets. Definitely going to continue.
Just dead money.
Yeah, why would you possibly do it?
There he is, my fellow Gator.
250, raise 250 and 8.
You're outnumbered here, Noel. Sorry.
Yeah.
You're outnumbered
You're a
here.
Gator too? Nice. See, I'm just building pots for Alice. That's what I do. I just build pots for Alice.
Excellent wingman.
Oh, no! Love this thing.
Not far enough west.
Yeah.
easy.
Like once it gets past Lake City.
It's actually up to 500.
250, I'm making 750.
Anything up to 500.
If Alice is out, I make 250, 750.
I've been working on the west coast recently.
Alice with some pretty well-timed aggression gets to take down this pot pre-flop.
Working like Ocala area.
Was
like,
it? So that's
west
base.
or whatever.
What was
and,
it
like, a lot
called
of
before? You
guys
said
are,
some of
like,
it.
Called
Was
the
it
bank?
Shadow? Was it Sharap at
Well,
one
it's
point?
even in like
I'm still trying to remember
45
which
minutes
exactly
west
where
of
exactly
Lake
it
City.
is.
So it's at the
Like, I
corner
grew up in that,
of
like,
University.
25.
So like,
Yeah.
you're heading down University just before you
It's
get
like in
to
Taylor
go
County,
past
like,
like
there's a lot of Gator fans and
Really?
stuff like that. Like
the
it's
theater,
almost like a
what used to be the Florida
you
Theater. I
take
don't know
like
what
Lake
they call it
City,
now.
like if you take Tennessee Lake City and
Remember,
split
I'm
the middle.
old, so it's we have lots of different names and stuff. But just go past it,
circle is
and
all-
the next intersection on the left-hand side.
Let's see if I can fix that a little bit, Dr. X. If it's a little too low, let me see if I can try to adjust it a little bit.
Shadow and raise.
Is that a
Yeah.
You don't have to option to it?
Yes.
Well, he would have, but he raised.
He still has it.
Yeah. I mean, he still has an option.
I have an option.
Yeah.
There's a few other plays. I have an option.
You have no option though.
Fold 7. Fold
Straddle,
8.
straddle.
Fold 9.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
restraddle man.
Yeah,
Fold 1. Call 2.
we're just men clicking over here.
Everybody have options.
And 3.
Everyone having a good time on this table.
Backfold.
I did bump up the audio a little bit. Let me know if that's a little better.
Check 4.
That's your equal opportunity poker.
Check 2. Check 3.
Check.
Check 4. Check 2.
All right.
Check 3.
Jordan does catch a queen on the river, and he bets 200 after it checks over to him.
Fold 2. Fold. Button is good. Very good. Straddle under the gun. Double straddle +1.
It's not gonna be under the gun every hand. Well, that's on this side.
Fold and 6. 50 to call and straddle. Fold 7.
We have seen it kind of evolve into a $50 restraddle. The last hand, carrying over to this hand as well.
This couple years ago.
This has to be far back. Like,
Fold 3.
Yeah.
Looks like Jordan is going to defend with the Jack-8 suited. So it'll just be him and Johannes, heads up to the flop.
And then he would make check 4 double strap. And it started.
Flop does give Jordan 2 pair. And Johannes, as the pre-flop aggressor, most likely getting a continuation bet on this board. King Jack 8, 2 hearts flop. Johannes holding the ace of hearts. Does put out a C bet.
Oh, 135, sorry. I saw 2 greens.
Now for Jordan, it's just a question of smooth call with your 2 pair or put in a check raise since the board is a little wet. 2 hearts and 2 to Broadway on board.
350.
Jordan does elect to check raise. And Johannes is going to let it go. So another pot getting pushed Jordan's way. It's the best of both double straddle pots just happened.
Not yet. I asked Johnny, and he said he would do it, but he's, I guess, doing the tournament. Tommy said no.
We got double
Or
straddle
not no.
6.
See me later, which means no.
Adding looks to
I'm just trying to get them off.
be 3,000 and seat 9. And it'll be a quarter to come in.
Like, they've got a few of them that they're on reserve for, like,
because those people, the
Oh, 15, actually, no, right, 15. Yeah, sorry,
take a
yeah.
lot of their own stuff. Yeah, they don't have their own thing. So they leave
right,
their
they have to be.
So every time they
I just don't
dude,
like
every time you see those guys walk down,
Alright, 9 seat back, 50 to call.
They're from South Florida.
which part of town?
Fold 7,
Delray
fold 8,
This is where you live right now.
I live in Jackson Beach right now.
fold
Yeah, I sold
9,
my house in
fold
Delray
1,
in
fold
September.
2.
Okay. So you just made that.
Yeah, I'm from, I grew up there, so I hadn't been back in 25 years.
three.
My mom's been here the whole time. But I've
Calls
traveled
on the 4.
in for a month, out for a month.
Checks in the 6. Sorry.
No option, no option.
Okay. Got that stuck in my head now. Check 4.
When were you in Florida, Jordan?
Bet 50 in the
When were you
6.
at Florida? Did you go to Florida? or you
Fold.
just
I
get it?
just
Okay.
I get it, man. I'm not that smart.
Button is good.
Usually the guy that's
I was lucky. I'm older, so it was easier to get in when I was.
Yeah, now
These
it's-
days I could never get in. When my sister went, could never get in.
You can show the button 50. You've been doing the 50. Oh, you're doing the 100.
So we got a under the gun straddle 25 and a button straddle 100.
I spoke this straddling stuff into existence.
On a time rate game, they both do.
Yeah, his game is opening up. We're seeing straddles everywhere.
So
So we got a
Yeah. Todd,
Options
seeing that
everywhere,
the 50
sir.
wasn't on, decides to put his own 100 on.
You can make it 600 right now if you want. I'm in.
Free crunchy, right?
It's a free country.
275 into 3.
I think so. I'm not sure if RZ has a lot of familiarity playing time rate games, but it does open up quite more with the options when it's time rate. And look at this, Peter with pocket kings.
No?
Fold 1.
No. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. It is suited. Suited aces.
Oh, shit.
Suited aces.
Just the two of us? Yeah. My wine buddy?
And a call and a 2.
Todd does make the call.
My wine buddy. I got
Oh, what he has. 9-8 suited. All right.
Pretty good hand to wake up with.
That flop
Till
though, not so much. Yeah.
Yeah, monster flop for Peter. Top set. Todd's gonna call it middle pair.
Todd just wants to get after it. Ace is
Ace.
gonna slam the door for Todd.
Yeah, Ace will almost help Todd save some money on this hand now.
Yeah.
It's like the worst card ever.
Yeah, it is.
See, he says worst card, but little does he know, might have been the best card to come out for him.
Yeah.
Saved him some chips.
The action has definitely opened up where we're seeing straddles everywhere now.
But the straddle actually is going to start on the small line. Fold 4, fold 6, fold 7, fold 8.
Yeah, but the problem is money's so expensive.
Raise 125 and 9.
Perry's going to bump it up to 125, king jack off suit.
Fold 2.
That's another thing. Like, people don't want to sell because they don't want to
I had a
Call and a 3.
2.9% mortgage when I sold the house. And like, I look at Jack's Peach right now, and it's like 6 and change, 6.85 or something.
5 deuce trade flop.
Sell is about time to
So pair of deuces for 7. Peter 7 deuce. I just realized he's playing the 7 deuce.
no other place to come into. That's why people don't
It's gonna work.
I made a
Does it work? Does he show the 7 deuce?
Like, I'm looking at houses that are.
He does not.
Mortgage is going to be $7,000, $8,000 a month, and it's like not here. I have a beautiful little townhouse, 2 blocks from the sand, nothing basically. Like, yeah, the best part is it's like whatever. We'll wait it out for a little bit.
Under the gun straddle.
Yeah.
If you're small as you can, you can be on the road, you have freedom to do whatever.
If the right house comes up, I'll snag it. But like right now, people are still in the mindset of the way that houses were a year ago, and they think their house is worth more than
Straddle on.
it is.
Important call.
Yeah, I think it'll cool down.
It'll definitely.
Raise 75 into 9.
Comes up, just come down, right? Sooner or later.
Raise 300 into 1. Fold 2.
Yeah, man, it's like,
Calls in the 3. Fold 4, fold 6, fold 7, fold 3.
Going up, there's one.
Calls in the 9.
Remember when you said you were a small little town, now it's turned into
3 players.
3 ways in this 3-bet pot. Perry, Alice, and Peter.
Check 9.
Flop comes down, ace 9, 7. Perry with a gut shot to the straight. Alice was the pre-flop 3-better. She does continuation bet on the ace high flop. Might see Perry PO1 here. He's got backdoor spades, as well as that gut shot straight. Getting a pretty good price.
That's up.
And it's only like a year old.
Check 9.
Turn 5 of clubs, brick card for both players.
Like the bar area.
You live in San Jose?
It's a pretty safe card for Alice to continue again.
We've had some.
That is 700 into 1.
Hey, I was
Yeah, for the yeah.
Looks like Perry is going to let it go. See him kind of lean over, look at Alice's stack. Maybe thought about going for a pretty big bluff, but especially given the fact that she was the pre-flop raiser, pre-flop 3-better, I should say, and did come ace high. He might not the best spot to pick go for the bluff. Usually she's going to have some sort of hand there.
Again, guys, want to thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. 510 No Limit Hold'em. We'll be taking this live stream until about 11 o'clock tonight. But we're about to hit the 2-hour mark here on the live stream. Also, flights 3 and 4 taking place today of our first event of the Card Player Poker Tour. $400 buy-in, 100K guaranteed in the prize pool, which we already surpassed.
If you want to get in on that action, there's flights tomorrow at 12 and 6.
And there'll be a
Day
lot of
2
action.
will be Sunday.
There'll be a lot of action on those final 2 flights for sure. Trey ace-9 flop.
Speaking of action, this is not the flop for it.
No. Nope. Todd does take it down though. And let's go ahead and show the stats after 2 hours now. Our next dealer change here. And yeah, Peter is up quite a bit. Jordan up a bit. Alice is up. RZ, again, he was the min buy. And he's already 3x'd his buy-in. So not too bad for him. Todd stuck a little bit. Johannes also stuck a little bit. Carson and Perry, the most stuck at the table.
Yeah, it's 15 for the time.
And then here is the V-Pips as we do enter hour number 3 of the live stream.
I was like 3 times on a pot small blind.
And then is on his. So then if he's out, then let's do double board.
Everyone but seat 8, double board, hold them bomb top.
You go double board? Good.
So Johannes is going to sit out on this one.
Okay.
And they're going to do a double board bomb pot, it appears, with Johannes sitting out.
My girl in seat 1 is down.
The edge will shift over here.
You got 2 more cards under that gas. Especially behind your card. I'm not falling for this injury shit.
All right, so the bottom board, ace, king, deuce. Top board, 10, 4, ace.
What? What is it?
No.
Not yet, Alex gonna.
You gotta show the best bet, right?
Wow,
Alice
Alice.
with a pretty big hand.
Yeah, monster hand for Alice. Wow. Ace, deuce has the ace on the top board and then 2 pair on the bottom. Massive
Todd
hand.
with a decent hand. He's got a pair of 4s on the top and gut shot on the bottom.
Eight of spades. That is
Oh, he does.
He's good. We're good.
My hand.
In the muff, 8 of spades.
Kills my hand.
That's up. Checking in.
So there's me and you.
Trey on the turn on the top, king, or 10 on the bottom.
That's $300
So now Todd also with a wheel draw on that as well. 7 on the top, jack on the bottom. Alice is going to take it all. Pair of aces on the top and 2 pair on the bottom.
Put that up top.
We're doing double board bump. That's the same board.
Alice gets to scoop the first double board bomb pot of the night.
Button stays. Buttons come back to
Pretty big hand for Alice there. Nicely done.
Had it already. Had it already.
You always got it.
quarter to go. Live stretch. Raise 75 and 6.
Carson going to bump it up to 75. Ace 4 suited. That seems like that's been the number that everyone has been trying to open with, has been 75. Now a 3-bet from Johannes, 300, 5-4 suited. And Carson and Johannes have battled in plenty of hands. Carson does verbalize 800 being the 4-bet. A little over a min raise. Again, Carson raised it at 75. Johannes with the 3-bet. Carson 4-bets, and now Johannes will let it go. Carson feels good enough collecting the dead money there. Pre-flop.
You're usually hoping to just take that one down pre-flop when you 4-bet a suited wheel ace. Any opposition at that point is usually not good for you.
50 to play, strap.
Looks like we're back on for the 50. The re-straddle has resumed.
This game has definitely been a fun one. We've seen a lot of different actions taking place pre-flop, especially with how the straddle has gone. Looks like we lost the action tracker here this hand. See if it does catch up and gets going here. Okay, there we go. Now everything's coming up. Pocket kings for Carson this time around. We did raise it to 150. Johannes called it. Actually, 4 players in the flop. Kings still very much in the lead here. Action on Peter. The Carson bet 200. Just a pair of trays for Peter, but he does make the call.
That middle pair doesn't look too terrible on that board.
Right. Now Jack pairing the board. 2 outs for Peter. He does check it. Carson gonna bet 300, about a third of the pot.
Might be a pretty good size to get Peter to call again. A smaller pair or a hand like he has. Peter does let it go. Reading Carson's bet for value, knowing that he can't beat any value hands. It's like Perry electing just to call rather than put in the 4-bet with his ace-king. I think it's an ace-high flop. Might get paid. There is an ace-high flop, so both Peter and Perry with top pair. Peter was the pre-flop 3-better.
He's going to bet 500 here.
Carson's got a gut shot. Does have another player behind him on an ace-high board. And with the 2 spades, does decide to let it go.
And then Perry's is going to 3x Peter's bet, raise it up to 1,500.
Yeah, he's targeting a hand exactly like what Peter has, trying to get the chips in now before any sort of spade or straight completing card come on the turn or river.
do see Peter and Perry both do have a backdoor to spades as well.
And it's really hard to put Perry on ace king, you know, from Peter's perspective. He only called. Oh, wow.
Gosh, what a turn card. Oh, man, this is Perry. This is not your night.
Amazing check back by Perry, though.
Yeah. And that is a numbered card on the river. Ace queen for Peter. What a gross turn card.
He is not. He was handling his chips. He never touched the table.
It's okay, I check, but I haven't done anything.
Alright, check 3, check 4.
Ooh, that was weird. It went check, check.
Yeah, it looked like Perry thought Peter checked and checked back and showed his hand. And Peter was definitely assembling a bet, trying to figure out what size he was going to go. I mean, he honestly, he could have ripped it all in. Peter gets to take down a massive pot. A very fortuitous queen on the turn. It would have been pretty hard for him to get away from it otherwise.
Yeah.
Perry's ace-king was pretty disguised.
25 to play, bro.
It's an unfortunate turn card for him.
Yeah, pretty rough one there.
It's been a frustrating night for Perry in general.
It really has, yeah. I mean, Perry's last stat check we did, was stuck almost 6K.
Yeah, a lot of it's not through fault of his own.
No, it's just been things that
you can
just not worked out for him.
On that last hand, he kept getting chips in the middle with the best hand and put no chips in the middle with the worst hand. Sometimes it's just not your night. Wow. Maybe we spoke too soon. Great spot for Perry to get some chips back on this one.
Yeah, as I say. And then you get a flop like this where you just get the set.
Yeah, middle set on a king-high board. And the guy in third place puts out a bet. Todd led the action. Looks like Jordan put in a quick fold. Red Perry for the strength that he had.
Wow.
Didn't even think about it, which is kind of crazy to me.
Yeah, that's that might add a little bit to the frustration. Flop a set like that, and you see that type of board, you think it might be an opportunity for you to get some chips back, and then unfortunately, absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
And Jordan's been on his game tonight, though. And he's one of the players that's up quite a bit. Grand Pat says Lexo was on the stream not too long ago. Yeah, he was. He was, I want to say, about a month ago he was on the live stream.
Yeah.
And I think he is actually going to be back for the Thursday night live stream. Maybe. I'm not 100% sure. But I think there is a chance he might be playing the 5-10 game Thursday night this coming week. Right now, Jordan in the lead with his pair of jacks, but Carson does have a few outs to work with as he's got some straight draws for him. Queen or a 7. Looks like we're already at the river. What check, check. Jordan's going to take it down.
Straddle 50.
Here, you take my name.
Wait, what? What was it?
Straddle. Waiting for your 100.
Matt, we live stream on a 15-minute delay. Our rule basically is if you're in a hand, you can't be on your phone. if you're in a hand. But yeah, our live stream is on a 15-minute delay, but these players know not to watch the live stream at the table. They're instructed to. If they're caught watching it, we do warn them. If we do catch them a second time, then they are removed from the table. So we do have rules in play when it comes to mobile devices. Ace 4, ace flop. Todd does hit a queen on the turn.
Was out a $100 value bet. Peter is going to call it the flush draw. Other players get out of the way.
And it's a 6 on the river.
Todd is going to take it down.
Also, guys, again, just want to remind you, again, mark your calendars for Tuesday night, September 12th, a little over a month from now. It is our next Best Bet Live meetup game that we're going to be doing at Best Bet St. Augustine. Again, that is on Tuesday night. There's also a service industry night that's going to be taking place at Best Bet St. Augustine. There's going to be a music act happening as well, Ramona and the Riot. I'll be performing there. Look out for these flyers, Best Bet St. Augustine. Flyers are going to have a $5 match play coupon and a free drink coupon as well. Again, that's taking place at Best Bet St. Augustine on Tuesday night, September 12th. Best Bet Live meetup game starting at 4 o'clock. And then the Ramona and the Riot performing at 8 o'clock that night as well. Games that we'll be playing in the meetup game, by the way, is going to be 1-3 No Limit Hold'em and 1-2 PLO. Always a fun time. Gives the live stream crew a chance to, cut back, have a little bit of fun. Little foolery that we like to have. We're about the fun.
I would hope so.
Some opportunities to get some sweet Best Bet Live merch as well. Which, Mike, remind me next time I'm heading up to OP. I got to get you a Best Bet Live shirt I got to bring to you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Sweet. Free shirt.
I like it. What's the shirt size? Large, XL?
I would guess at least XL for me.
Gotcha. I will have that for you. So a 3-bet from Peter, Jack 10 offsuit. Alice is going to call with ace queen. Here we go again with these two battling. Alice does catch an ace on this flop. Broadway draw for Peter, though.
Alice does check it over to Peter, given the fact that he 3-bet pre-flop.
We're going to bet 200. Alice will make the call. 8 on the turn. That does complete spades, and Alice does have the ace of spades.
Peter assembling another bet. Even with her hand, I mean, this looks really strong from Peter. There was a small sizing on the 3-bet and a pretty small continuation bet, which is usually indicative of a large hand. Probably why we see Alice only call. Peter could have a hand like pocket kings.
Oh, that's the worst card to come out.
Yep. So Alice with the nut flush.
Uh-huh. And Peter also completing the flush.
Yeah, 10 of spades. In Peter's hand, so he's got the 3rd nut flush.
What was that? It was 9. Wait, I didn't see what it was. The green. I just doesn't look at
Alice
it,
puts in
I didn't know
a
what it was.
small value bet.
Yeah, one went right
500.
here. It's okay. I just.
And I think
Trying
Peter
to
knows.
eke out the max she can, yep.
Yep, I think Peter knows, but he is going to call it off. And Alice is going to show.
Hey, it was getting such a good price.
Yeah.
Couldn't let it go.
Nope. Another decent-sized pot going towards Alice. I think that's close to the biggest pot we've maybe seen tonight. I don't think we've had anything go up to 4K quite yet, as far as the pots goes.
That one really large one that Jordan won was pretty close.
Yeah. When he was heads up with Todd, I want to say.
Yeah, because his river, I know his river bet was 800, and it was about half pot.
So yeah, that was another one that was like around
25 to play.
Probably around the
4K
35-ish.
Yeah.
I don't know if we've had a 4K pot yet. You're right.
Yeah.
A lot of medium-sized pots. We haven't necessarily seen those big all-ins yet, but
No, that's not happened yet. I mean,
But they've been-
RZ did go all in at one time, but again, he was a min buy.
yeah,
So
we're just seeing the average pot size stay rather large. It's been a lot of straddles, re-straddles, 3-bets.
yeah. Yeah, it's been a lot of action, but like I said, we just haven't seen that really massive cooler quite yet. That, puts people all in. And that is the one thing that is needed to make the game really good, unfortunately, for somebody. Somebody has to get stuck. Although Perry's stuck a bit.
Yeah, I'd say a lot.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
Yeah, Perry, yeah, he's stuck a little over
Do I have to
7K.
donate? Or will you donate to my...
Of course, again, nothing's like Mario from 5-10 game a week ago going he stuck 10K in 30 minutes.
Say nothing and no one. Just
Yeah.
like Mario.
All you had to say is Mario.
That was an impressive,
On all
very
sorts of
impressive
levels.
showing.
But here's the thing about Mario. As fast as he gets stuck at, that's how fast he can be up as well.
Oh, yeah.
It is feast or famine for Mario. So Johannes does get a pair of aces on this flop.
175.
He does verbalize 175. So Peter does call, as does Perry, so all three players remain. It looks like that's a queen. Wow, so Perry now trip queens.
Finally, some good fortune going Perry's way.
Does check
Haven't
around.
been able to say that much.
Oh, wait, is that an
Got
ace?
to be kidding.
Is that an ace?
Got to be kidding.
Oh my gosh.
All right, that's just unfair.
I
Poor
think
guy.
at that point that's a you know what, guys, it's been fun, but I mean, how bad does your run bad have to be? And Peter's going to go ahead and bet 600, essentially bluffing at this.
That's the only little bit of shining light for Perry now is he doesn't have to be put in a weird spot when Johannes bets.
Yeah, and Johannes
He
does
can get
call,
off of it now.
and he does show the queen, and Johannes does show the ace.
Yeah, he's like, of course.
Yep. Johannes does scoop a bit there, but yeah, that bet from Peter definitely bailed Perry out.
Yeah, when it goes bet call, you're not putting in the overcall.
No.
If Johannes bet on the button, you could talk yourself into bluff catching him. So yeah, definitely a rough night for Peter, or for Perry.
Yeah.
Don't envy the spots that he's been in tonight.
No. I mean, if you played poker, obviously you've been in that spot plenty of times. Where just things do not go your way. 10-8 king flop, mono board. Peter the only one with a diamond. A very little diamond.
And RZ has top pair on this board. Now top 2.
Perry did catch a queen.
As well as a gut shot to Broadway. But
he does let it go.
Yeah, pretty easy fold, especially with RZ being the one betting. He's been quite snug tonight. I'm not going to call him down too light.
Snug play also was the min buy. You know those chips are not, with the way he's been tonight, you don't anticipate that those chips are going to be in full play anytime soon.
No, we did see him fold to a 3-bet earlier with ace-king.
Yep.
And as much as they don't watch the live stream, at the end of the hand, he did say how he folded it pre-flop.
Yeah.
So I think everybody's pretty aware of how snug he's been.
Yeah, which, I mean, you essentially 4x'd your buy-in, so, I mean, I get somewhat being snug, but don't expect anybody to give you any action. Two pair for Todd, kings and 8s. Looks like Todd is going to take it down. About halfway done with tonight's stream, guys. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. I think I'll do a quick entry check for how many players we have in flight number 4 right now. Once we do the stat check on the next dealer change, see how many registrants we had for tonight. Also get an update to see if flight number 3 is either A in progress still or if it's wrapped up play for today.
All right.
Already 203 entries from yesterday, flights 1 and 2. Saw 20 players, 20 or 21 players advance to the final day already. Oh, pocket jacks for Alice. And Carson 3-bet at the 450. Kind of an
yeah, it looks like Alice was the original opener.
Yeah.
Todd called her raise. So Carson elects to go for the squeeze.
Wow, there's the stone cold 4-bet from Alice. 4 bets at the 1,050, and Todd's like, wow.
That's next level, Carson. I like that.
And now Carson, who did straddle under the gun, and he did 3-bet it, but he's got to let it go.
7-9 club. 7-9 club.
Nice little pot, Alice, to take down pre-flop.
Carson, you're the only one that hasn't had a painting from Vincent.
What?
Behind.
Oh, yeah? Oh, did I get a painting?
There you go. How many you get, Alice?
How many paintings y'all
2?
get?
Huh?
How many paintings y'all get? 2?
I cannot believe that.
We have a button straddle. Actual
It's nice there, right?
Small blind.
It's really nice there, right?
4 to go.
I don't know anything about art.
Me neither.
He doesn't know neither.
So,
You know
so who they're talking about is a player that's played on the live stream before, that's played on our bigger games too. His name's Vincent, who apparently owns a art gallery in Savannah, Georgia.
You guys got a similar
And I think he was telling some of the players here about his art gallery. And I think if you even went up there to visit it.
Happy also.
9 deuce 8 flop.
You never seen Hunter happy? No, that
So a gutter for Alice.
So it's the gold picture, what you had.
It's not. It's similar. It's not, but it's.
But it's the same, like.
I don't know. It has the master. So technically, I guess it's not.
There wasn't no baby blue in that one.
And Alice does have a gut shot, backdoor flush draw. He likes to check, raise it up.
Wait, the other one is also here.
Alice again picking her spots to show when she could be aggressive.
You guys, you got
Yeah, just
behind.
nailed the timing on this one.
Almost when I see this, I almost want to go.
Can't see Peter continuing with 7 high. No real draws for him either.
I'll buy some pennies off you. No, we're gonna go up to Savannah. Eventually.
Maybe you just don't look for it, but you don't mind. I mean, really nice.
You can tell he doesn't really believe her, but he just doesn't have a hand to continue with.
Like,
Alice gets to scoop another one.
mixed together. I think it'd be fun. I think it's going to be done.
Real hand last time. Real good timing this time. Back-to-back pots for Alice.
We just got done traveling, like she just got done from Wyoming, so.
Crazy amount.
Yeah, she's somewhere down south. I actually don't know where she's
I told her it was just the wrong our apartment down. She's motivated.
So it's hanging up in your apartment?
Not yet.
Not yet? So
Charity.
no, the painting.
It's in Charity.
The painting is in Cherokee?
In his car.
The paintings in Cherokee is what Alice said. Oh, wow. Johannes
Meanwhile,
lost a pair of kings and Alice with 2 pair, ace deuce. She's on bet 150.
And wow.
It just...
The painting is in Cherokee, but this board is a work of beauty.
Yes, it 100% is. Wow,
She's got 2 pair over Johannes' 2 pair.
Yeah.
And she sized up one for max value on this turn.
Has to be pinning him on the exact hand that he does have.
It's also a card that no matter what he was holding, it had to add equity. Say he had ace-jack or ace-10.
That's a blank on the river, it looks like. Yep. So Alice is going to get the check mark with her better 2 pair. And I think, let's see, Johannes.
What kind of hands she decides to target with her bet size.
Looks like she fired out 500, another $500 bet.
You can tell Johannes doesn't love it. It's a pretty value-heavy bet size.
Yeah. It's kind of nice because
Johannes
Always a chance it could be a blocker bet of some kind. He's gonna have to. I think he's gonna talk himself into calling. You could see her bet almost as a block bet / naming her own price if she had something like ace-5 suited.
Yeah. Johannes has also found the ability to make the fold here too, but I don't know. I think he might call this off.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be pretty tough to get away, just the way it's played out.
Yeah.
It'd be great by him if he does, but because she's had the betting lead. Might have played out a little bit differently if this was a 3-bet pot. Because she pre-flop opened, she didn't 3-bet it pre-flop. It's just a single raise. Hard to say she's at monster hand like she has.
Yep, he does make the call, and Alice again scooping up a
And
nice
if she's
pot.
opening if you can, as we can see, she's opening ace deuce suited. So she's opening ace tray, ace 4, and ace 5 suited as well. Also she could have ace jack, ace 10. She might size it similar in all of those hands as well.
So halfway through tonight's live stream, let's go ahead and show The stats, yeah, Alice. Been a great night for her, up almost 6K now for Alice. Jordan up 2,400 almost. RZ and Peter also up. Yeah, bad night for Perry. Almost stuck 8K for Perry tonight. Been a rough one. And then here's a look at the V-Pips as we are halfway done with tonight's live stream. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. I'm going to go do some investigation to see how the fourth flight's going. So I'll be back in just a minute. In the meantime, Mike, you can carry it for a little bit.
I'll be sitting right here. Looks like we're gonna do a $25 bomb pot again. They've been doing bomb pots every dealer change. In case anybody is unaware of bomb pot, everybody puts in chips similar to an Annie, and then they go straight to a flop, or in some cases, multiple flops. Looks like this one, again, similar to last time, they're going to do a double board bomb pot, so each board represents half the pot.
Check in the 7, check in the 8.
And once they get to the flops like this, everything just kind of goes back to normal in terms of action. Say normal, but it's anything but, since everyone can have any two cards on either board. In this exact case, we see a lot of different hands. We got Perry with a straight on one board, nothing on the other. Todd with top 2 pair on the bottom board, nothing other than a gut shot on the top. Carson looks down at pocket queens, and pretty terrible spot for that hand. He does correctly lay it down. Never fun to lay down pocket queens, obviously. But fortunate for him that he did, since he's drawing very thin on one board and practically dead on the other. Go figure, queen on the one board he was drawing live. But we still see Perry and Todd presumably going to chop this one up. And not any way for either person to win the other board. And we do see it go bet call on the river. Perry and Todd are going to chop it up straight versus 2 pair.
What we got there? Yeah. In the weirdest way. Queens.
Queens?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I saw you a little perplexed. I'm like, oh, this makes it real big.
Once again, do appreciate everybody tuning in, checking us out, hanging out on a Friday night. It's a 5-10, basically a 5-10-25 game now at this point. Almost always a mandatory straddle on. Sometimes the re-straddle, but it is 5-10 no limit hold'em. Coming to you live from Best Bet Jacksonville, located in Jacksonville, Florida. Got a total of 3 different rooms in Northeast Florida. This being the primary location, as well as room over in Orange Park, and another room recently built down in St. Augustine. Here we have Peter opening up with 9-8 suited, and Jordan woke up with Ace King. Just to put in a 3-bet to 250. Peter's gonna pretty quickly call when it gets around to him, and just gonna be them two heads up to a flop.
Heads up.
Flop does come down ace high. Jordan with the best hand still. Peter did hit a pair, bottom pair of 8s. See, Jordan gets to take it down with his ace king.
Under the gun straddle, under 1, double straddle, 75 into 2.
All right, so I do have some numbers for you guys for flights 3 and 4 today. Flight 3, we had 155 total entries. in today's field for flight number 3. They did play through all the levels, so they did play through level 14, and it was around 22 or 23 players that did advance from the 3rd flight today. And as of now, with an hour and a half remaining in registration for this flight, flight number 4 that's going on currently right next door to us actually, we have 107 entries in tonight's field thus far. But again, an hour and a half left in registration, so that number will definitely keep going up. I definitely have surpassed that 100K guarantee and then some. It's always been a good event to start off with. That $400 no limit home run tournament having multiple flights.
Six flights in total. 2 more tomorrow, noon and 6 p.m. With day 2 action on Sunday.
Yep, and we will have the final table on Sunday. Typically, we try to get that final table up and running around 8 p.m., although the last time we had a final table go, we didn't get going until midnight, or until 10 p.m. So
it's just a matter of when they get down to it.
Yep. We do play down to the final 9. Wow, Johannes let go of his 7s, and he would have flopped the set. That is unfortunate for him. Well, now Todd and Jordan both get a jack, and they're going to check it down.
Yeah, brought in the front door hearts. I think that's why they each elected to check it there. Pot control. You can see even Todd throws out a small river bet. Hoping to get some value, thinking he has the best hand. Now we see a very small raise. Jordan thinking similarly, how do I get the most amount out of this hand with just 1 pair?
Todd did call it. Jordan does show, and Jordan does collect another one. So yeah, if your name's Alice, Jordan, or Peter, you're having a fantastic night.
My name is not any of those.
Yeah, neither is mine, unfortunately. Also, guys, if you can, oh, go ahead.
So just fortunately, my name's not Perry.
Yeah, that's true too. That is very true. Well, Jordan now gets pocket jacks. So bump it up
First
to
act on the $50 restraddle.
Yep. Johannes is going to call on the button with pocket 8s. Peter does call as well, so we got 3 players at the flop here. 7-6. 10-7 tray. Nobody with a club in their hand.
Not the worst board for Peter or Johannes either, so could easily see one or both of them call after Jordan continuation bets for a little bit less than half pot.
Johannes does call. Peter thinks he's got a good price. Yep, he'll call as well. And then Jordan, once again, turns his pocket pair into a set on the turn. He's done that a couple times tonight.
Does give Johannes a gut shot with his pocket 8s.
It does. Now
Puts him in does put him in a pretty interesting spot. It's pretty easy for Peter to have, let's say, clubs. Obviously, you don't put Jordan on top set when he checks his turn.
600.
So I think he's targeting some of those hands. I mean, Jordan open pre-flop, small C-bet. Looks like an ace-king, ace-queen type holding, and if he thought Peter had a draw, then good spot for him to bet here to deny equity to them.
Johannes does fire out the bet of 600 here, a little over half the pot. I'm curious to see what Jordan elects to do here. Call, or does he put in the raise?
So, yeah, I mean,
looks like raising chips.
that is to call. One of the more obvious draws of 8-9 did come in.
Yeah, it does call.
Heads up.
The king on the river.
Check score.
It's a really good check here from Jordan.
Yeah, because
If your opponent had if your opponent was turning a club type hand into a bluff, then you want to keep those bluffs in by checking to him. If your opponent had 8-9, then he was never folding if you bet anyway.
Right. And Johannes
now we
does.
see, yeah, Johannes is using his pocket eights to represent 8-9.
Does go all in.
I think for Jordan, not holding the jack of clubs does matter a good bit here. Your opponent can have king jack of clubs because you're not blocking it. In which case he would be jamming for value. It is tough.
Pretty strong bluff attempt from Johannes here.
Yeah, this is the power of holding pocket eights. Two really good blockers in this scenario. He's blocking the straights and he's unblocking flush draws since he doesn't have any clubs in his hand. So it's a really, really good bluff candidate for Johannes. Obviously, when we get to the river, he's very sure his eights are no good. That's why he elects to bluff at it rather than just check back with a pair.
Only way he can take this pot. Really rough spot for Jordan.
Not often you turn top set and look this perplexed.
No.
I think with how strong of a hand he has, it's pretty mandatory call. Otherwise, you're just overfolding this spot too much.
Right.
Now, if you had a pair,
wow, he lets it go.
Really, really read Johannes for the 8-9.
Wow, wow, wow.
I think when you have just that strong of a hand, that it falls on the side that you have to defend. Unfortunately for him.
What a bluff from Johannes. Gets it through.
Yeah, I think you can get away from a hand like Jack 10, but not pocket jacks. I think if you're gonna make some tighter folds, two pair is a lot easier to let go of than a set.
Now,
assuming Jordan's trusting his reads, it's probably what's got him to this point in his career.
Now, novice question for me here, because that board, ace-queen gets there. Is that ever a thought?
No, I don't think so, just because of the way Johannes took control on the turn.
Sure.
I mean, obvious. The only combination that could be in play is ace-queen of clubs exactly. But I'm pretty sure Johannes would have 3-bet ace-queen pre-flop also,
right.
So you can almost take out ace-queen suited.
Sure.
So is Johannes doing it with 8-9? Of course. Is he doing it with some flush draws? He may. And I think that's why I say, because Jordan didn't have the jack of clubs specifically, Johannes can have a lot of jack X of clubs. And he's then betting on that turn. Like, he calls flop with a flush draw and overs, turns a pair of jacks to go with this flush draw and bets for value. That's why you might have to really put in the call with your set there, especially not blocking the jack of clubs.
Yeah.
How much we bet?
50.
So that has to be Jordan trusting his read that Johannes had 8-9.
Makes me want to go to the bathroom and
Heads up.
I guess More I'm thinking about it too, especially when Jordan checks the river. I think it has to be a call.
Okay.
If you were planning on getting off of it, maybe leading the river and then folding to a raise would have been a better line to take. See Jordan still thinking about it. Looks over at Johannes.
Button is good. Thank you.
I upgraded.
Fred in the chat says, "Oh my God, that's a snap call."
They have decent eggs and bacon.
Don't think anybody in chat is going to say that was a fold.
What do they have here? Decent eggs and bacon. Orange Pakistan is good.
Pretty crazy spot.
Right. Straddle. Black and shrimp. With salted tails.
You want the big shrimp, the big blackened shrimp?
I think so. Yes. And 3 eggs over medium and 7
Fold
bacon.
in the 6.
3 eggs
Fold
over
7.
medium, baby, and a side of bacon.
Indeed.
And did you say the blackened shrimp no tails with the fried rice?
Eight.
Is that what you said, baby?
Yes.
And any
Fold 9
sauce,
and 1.
salt, pepper, anything else?
Calls in the 2.
Yeah, I mean what is this? The shrimp sauce?
The
Yeah.
sauce?
No, the spicy.
So we can see Johannes pulls off a big bluff and then he celebrates by eating all of the food he can order.
Anything else, honey?
No, that sounds great.
Everyone else okay? Peter, you still okay, love?
104.
You're welcome, honey.
Punches. Under the gun straddle for 25. Double
can do that.
straddle on the button for 50.
We only have 2 more hours, guys.
Really? Oh wow. Time flies.
That'll be 50 to call. Action's going to start on the
Like Peter said, about 2 hours left in tonight's stream. Thanks again, everybody, for tuning in so far. We'll be back again tomorrow with some 510 PLO.
Fold 3 and 4. Fold
And then
6
back
and
again
5.
on Sunday night for the featured live final table. Card Player Event 1. Time on that is still to be determined. We start the action when they get to the final table.
Yeah, I like
How big the field is growing. It could be a pretty late final.
I always like, obviously the main event final tables are always fun, but I always like the event 1 final tables too, because like those tables can definitely have some wild hands. I still go back to the Winter Series Open final table, and of course again shout out to our guy Mike Green, who was on that final table for event 1. And he was in that wild 4-way all-in with pocket 10s, pocket queens, pocket kings, and then ace king. And he got the 10 on the flop to get the set. He got the pot, but then Kelly Joe got the rest of it. And then a hand later, he gets busted out by Kelly Joe, and Kelly Joe flunked a set of 4s.
Yeah, I remember watching that one from home. That was pretty crazy.
Yeah. You get our floor manager and one of our tournament directors, Arlie Johnson, walking by the table, and he goes, "Whoa," when he sees what's happening. You know something's going down.
Speaking of something going down, looks like Jordan's going to float here. 9-7.
Go check. Now that sucks.
Not the way he thought he was going to try to attack this pot. I think he was hoping to turn some equity and maybe bluff at it. Instead, he turned all the showdown value.
Yeah.
So pot gets to go Carson's way.
Man, it's amazing what one hand can do to you. Like I say, you can tell Jordan's demeanor has completely changed.
He's gonna be stuck thinking about it so he can watch it back too.
Yeah.
Did I make a great mistake or did I make a great fold? It's always easy to get stuck in your own head.
Yeah.
Hopefully he can kind of snap out of it, get present again.
There's still plenty of action on this table.
And anytime you're thinking about an old hand, you're not 100% on the current one. You might miss something.
Yeah.
miss some value right now.
He was out.
Okay, got it.
Fold 4. Fold 6. Fold 7.
Johannes
Fold 8.
call ace-6. Ace-10 versus ace-6. Offsuit hands, jack 5-5.
Check 2.
Still check, check.
Check 8.
There's a turn. And wow, somehow, some way, Todd is going to get it. 10s are going to play. The 10 will play.
The better ace high.
Button good. Thanks, Todd.
Strawman says Jordan should tighten up for a couple of rotations. I think that's generally pretty good advice after you make a play that puts you kind of in a mental bind. If you're going to be a little distracted, you might as well err on the side of tightness while you get your head back in the game.
That's my bucket list.
I think if the table knew what he folded, he should start opening up for a couple rotations, but they don't know until they watch it back later.
Raise 15-2. Fold 3.
If they knew, they would start bluffing him left and right.
115-4. Fold 6, 7, and 8. Fold 9. Calls 2.
Do I owe her $50?
Heads up.
All right, so we're heads up here with Todd and Jordan. 6-10-4.
Alice, I have
Todd
a
with a pair of
and I'll
6s.
make sure to verify if
There's
he
no
said
check,
that
check.
I won.
Queen on the turn.
Check 2. Sorry.
Now Broadway draw for Jordan.
204.
It's about
So
200.
I'll confirm later.
And I think Todd
confirm
realizes
later.
that Jordan's kind of
Give me 100.
still a little,
I'm going up at him.
you know,
But yeah,
still
oh, yeah,
thinking about
he-
that last hand. 7 under river.
Yeah, and maybe, I mean, obviously they don't know that Jordan folded as strong as he did. But when you see somebody lose a pretty large pot, sometimes they get that inkling to, you know, get those chips back.
What he had? I was betting on what he had.
So if you
I
think
wasn't
that
betting
he's
on what he had. I just was
being a
looking
little
to see-
overly active and aggressive, you can try to take advantage of it.
Value town.
There's no way I'm playing, but I see if I have the ball.
Button is good. Thanks.
I feel like an idiot.
All right, so I do have chip counts from flight number 3. Steven Schott
Under the gun straddle.
is the overall chip leader from flight number 3. 612,000 in his chip stack. Some other notable names: Brian Bennett plays a lot of 2-5, 5-10 here and at Orange Park. He was able to bag as well. He's got 308,000 in his chip stack.
Straddle.
We just talked about Don E. Well, Don E did bag.
Oh,
He did
yeah?
the final day.
Well, there we go.
Don
He's
bagged
excused
100
from tonight's live stream then.
Yep, he is excused indeed. He did bag 124,000 from
Nice.
his flight.
Call 7.
Alan Franco, the short stack from flight number 3, 32,000 for him. But those are some of the notable names that I've seen from flight number 3 that did advance to the final day. 17 players in total from today's flight number 3 that did advance to the final day. So congrats to everyone that did advance. We will see you guys on Sunday. Yeah, Steven Schott, the overall chip leader, 612,000 for his chip stack going into the final day. Meanwhile,
Quite a pretty stack.
Button's good.
Johannes does take this down pre-flop with pocket queens.
We'll have to watch.
So she is in. Alright. We have an under the gun straddle. 25 plus 1 for 50. Bird.
We are about to complete hour number 3 of our live stream tonight. We have 2 hours remaining.
Double straddle on. We've 50 to call. Fold 4. Fold 6. Fold 7. Fold 8. Fold 9. Fold 1. Call 2. Up call. Heads up.
Once again, we're heads up with Todd and Peter. Seems like a lot of heads-up battles have been between them, or it's also been Alice and Peter, or even Alice and Todd. Peter takes this one down.
Change coming back in. Alright, good luck, guys.
And so here we are, next dealer change. Got Trey hopping back in. Show the V-Pips how things look. Yep, there's a look at it. Yep, Peter, Todd, the two front runners. Jordan and Perry in the 30s. Everyone except RZ above 20%. RZ was away from the table for a little bit, though. He missed a few hands. So here he is rounding out as far as V-Pip goes. And once this hand closes out, I'll be able to show the earnings of who's up and who's down. And that's the way these look. Everybody except Carson and Perry are in the black. Alice up the most. Next then is RZ. It's crazy that there's a $4,000 difference between first and second as far as who's up the most. Jordan is up, Todd is up. Peter gave a bit back. But that's the way things look as we are entering now hour number 4 of the live stream. Again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. Again, just a reminder, Card Player Poker Tour did start on Thursday. We're in event number 1. Of course, the series is headlined by our Mystery Bounty main event. $1,700 buy-in, $300K guaranteed into prize pool. As always, guys, you can check out the website, bestbetjacks.com, for all the details when it comes to promotions, tournaments, license shows, and much more. Wow, Todd and Peter, same hand. Queen Jack. And they both have trip jacks on the bottom board and Broadway draw on the top. Oh, and Perry has aces. So trip ace, a set of aces for Perry on the top board. Trip jacks for both Todd and Peter on the bottom board.
And it's a spot you want to be in. Both Todd and Peter. That's the kind of thing you want on these double board bob pots. Have a really strong hand on one board and a draw on the other. That way you're hopefully hammer locked on one and you have outs to the other one so you can scoop.
I think I heard someone say all in.
I would assume it would be Perry.
Yeah, I think Perry is the one.
He still has the nuts on the top board. Where the other two players, they both have trip jacks, but neither one has the nuts, as neither one has the flush since diamonds came in. Obviously not a boat on a paired board.
Peter does have the Queen of Diamonds in his hand.
3,350.
Yeah, that's tough. Not the easiest spot for Todd with a player behind.
Heads up and all in. Action is closed.
But it looks like Todd called and Peter folded. And they are going to chop it up.
Yeah, they are going to chop it up.
Obviously a rough spot for Peter as soon as it goes all in and call.
Yeah.
Say one of Todd or Peter was going to call, but not both. So it was interesting to see which one would be able to get in there and which one would be out.
Yeah. So yeah, it is a chop pot.
Buttons in 8.
It's a good time to have aces, I guess.
Queen Jack's got more outs to scoop than the aces in that scenario.
Yeah.
So we finally see Perry not lose a big pot. He didn't get to scoop it, but he didn't lose it.
Right. He only got half of it.
This was a decent half. It was like
yeah, I mean, it wasn't
like $700 win.
I mean, hey, you'll take it. Yeah, it wasn't. Was not downgrading it. Looks like lost our graphics for a second here. See if the action tracker can pick it back up, but we'll see. Looks like we got 4 players at this flop. Jack, king, king, flop. Yeah, I think we did lose our graphics on this hand.
Yeah. Well, while we wait on those, Nick Clark saying greetings from Kentucky. What's up, Nick? How's it going up there, man? Hope they're treating you all right in Kentucky.
Oh, what what part of Kentucky?
Probably a college campus of some kind.
Lexington.
I had to guess.
Lexington, Louisville. So unfortunately we lost that hand, guys. Hopefully the action tracker can pick back up and then we'll get it rolling again. Yeah, been a very fun night, guys. Again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. Again, just a reminder, we will be back at it tomorrow with 5:10 PLO. That live stream will start at 4 o'clock.
Action start with small blind.
Still need one more card though. It's an important part of the process.
They might all fold though.
Just in
On
case.
me?
Yep.
Just in case.
Raise 200 in the one.
Hit her.
So, guess who we're heads up with? Alice and Todd this time. And Alice does get a pair of sixes.
Oh, that's better.
But not a clinic.
Oh, and 80. I mean, 80 and 0.
Undefeated in the last fight.
Oh,
No, I watched her lose once. I was here.
for how long?
I never win.
I mean, officially.
Except for today.
I was gonna play the tournament tomorrow.
Today isn't over yet.
When is that?
I'd go.
Alice is locked up, she said. She's locking up the win.
Okay. The only issue is that we're having a bed delivered from somewhere between 7 in the morning and 10 o'clock in the morning. So if he doesn't come at like 8 o'clock and comes at 9:30, then I'll be late. So, yeah, at your house or is that your parents? Okay. So, I'm kind of up in the air.
Wow. Todd just flopping quads.
Easy game.
Easy game.
So,
Good?
Not easy to make anything out of it.
No.
we want to pay for
That's what we call.
I had to look twice
we
at the
want to
flop. I
pay
was like,
for
what?
one of their bed frames.
Drew says good live, but missing Sammy. Yeah, listen, there's only one Sammy.
Plywood, 2 sheets of plywood.
There's only one Sammy.
$80.
Sammy always good fun for the game.
Is doesn't technically need
Nicholas Clark did say Lexington.
anything,
Yeah.
but it does need like a solid surface. It can't have like the lines. Where, I don't know if that makes sense at all.
A new game.
That is
I mean, I know there's people that do ask us why do we, stream the 2-2 games or anything. And I get it. A lot of people like watching the big games. The more, seeing more chips on the table. Definitely get that. There are a lot of people that do relate to the 2-2 players, though, because that's the stakes that they're more familiar with.
Oh, Oh, apparently.
And honestly, like our past few 2-2 games we had have been actually really good live streams.
Still small one.
Been very good personalities.
Oh shit.
Whoops. So Carson 3-bets the 500 with Ace King, and RZ pocket nines in the big blind. All right, come on, RZ. We know what you're doing. Go ahead and fold. Play with your
I don't know. He's
chips.
counting out those chips. He might even stack them
Playing
up.
with those chips. You're gonna like look at what you're doing. You're gonna make it like
Carson's
you're gonna
laughing
put
at
it
him.
in. And then
Here's the
you're
stack.
gonna stack them. You're gonna look, and then you're going to fold.
A lot of pump faking.
Yeah, so there's a lot of
The whole
pump faking.
table's laughing at it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a
They've all
tell.
picked up on it.
It's such a tell. It's done it the entire
There's only
night.
5 people behind you left to act. It's no big deal.
Yeah,
Yeah, tell him, Todd. It's funny because this might be one of the realest decisions he does have.
yeah.
But it's just that it's happened nonstop.
But it's happened the entire night,
Yeah.
and the table was finally calling him out on it. And he does let it go. like come on.
Alice.
I make 15. At least that's what he said last time. With 9-7.
Todd will make the call. Now Peter, 9-5 suited, lets it go. So Queen Jack offsuit versus Ace King suited.
Wait.
Carson.
Don't put that out.
Strawman saying RZ should shove. Yeah.
No.
It's not the first time we've seen him probably in a spot that he should shove, but folds instead.
Wow, nut flush draw for Carson. Jack. Board does pair.
Carson rivers the wheel.
The wheel does come on the river for Carson.
Yeah, his ace high was good. You know, street's good too.
No, you're getting check raised. Net flush draw.
I would have been in trouble with play.
Got my check down. There, I got to see all. Ace Queen or Ace King?
Ace King.
It's a heart.
I know the suit. I'm just curious if my queen comes if I'm getting smoked.
Heart.
Such a weird question to ask. You want to check it down?
We get a little fun.
I can't believe you even thought about it.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like,
Something to think about.
Here we go, multi-way. 6 ways to a
A
flop.
little better than second place.
I mean, if you had a queen,
6
then
players.
Ace, King. Wow, Perry and Alice, both of the same hand. Trip aces for both of them.
Meanwhile, RZ and Todd both with flush draws.
Yeah, Todd drawing dead. But yeah, flush draw is available for
It's
him.
not drawing dead.
0%?
It could. I mean, it could come off deuce of heart. Nope, deuce of hearts. Never mind. I was like deuce of hearts, tray of hearts. Give him the steel wheel.
That would have been that
Yeah.
would have been fantastic if Johannes wasn't blocking any of it. But look, Johannes did fold. So now Todd is alive again.
Well, yeah. It was more. He's alive now because RZ folded the higher flush draw.
Yeah, RZ. That's why I meant. Yeah, RZ folded. Nah, I do want to see the heart come out. I do want to see the heart come out now.
Just wishing ill will, huh?
No, you know, I'm wishing for what's best for the stream. That's not a heart. So we're going to be chopping up Todd's money.
I just can't believe you were rooting against Perry like that. Poor guy. Should be nice to him.
Listen,
if anybody is just now tuning in, Perry has been on the wrong end of every cooler tonight.
Yeah,
pretty much imaginable.
And the pots of significance that he's won has been like chopped pots.
Yeah, the Oh, he finally flops a set and everybody folds. Type situations as well.
Now look at Alice is replaying all the action. She does call it.
That was the random number generator.
Yeah, that was 100%.
She spun the wheel in her head.
The generator was a little slow. It was just like.
I gotta ask her next time I see her. Be like, was that were you running like your random generator there?
I assume it's like she spun a wheel.
Yeah, it looked like it was exactly what spun an imaginary wheel.
All right.
Okay, I'll call. Oh man. Listen, I wish for no more ill will to Perry, but
yeah.
I mean, enough's happened to him. What's a little more, you know? Perry's been a trooper. He's battled all night, especially considering how things have gone for him.
He doesn't look nearly as frustrated as he possibly should look right now either. He's managed it very well.
He has. And I mean, honestly, like the most detested looking person at the table right now is probably Jordan.
Yeah. It was a rough fold.
All right, so Jordan does have a gutter.
I don't mind folding just one.
Unfortunately, all those sevens are gone. He does not know that, though, obviously. No, that helps. An 8 on the turn.
Find a different way to win, you know?
Yeah.
No, it's a dandy. I don't feel the same confidence in how he folds.
I'm sure he'll pitch it.
Woo! Come on, spades!
But you gotta deal hours and hours of stand to see how he plays.
9, 10 jack. Oh, never
So
mind.
Jordan does find a way to win with the 8. Didn't need that stinking 7.
No. Luckily, he had 9s and 8s still out there for him. And the 8 did come.
Still wouldn't matter. That's the worst part. It's just a bad beat. How dare you wish that on me? How dare you?
Now Jordan's feeling a little better now. He got to scoop up a pot. He got back to being talking a little bit now.
To play Stroud.
Carson's suited 1 gapper is going to raise it up to 150. It's a pretty big open. Was there a straddle?
At least 1.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, it was a $50 re-straddle.
Gotcha, okay, that makes sense then.
It's been a pretty standard 3x for the first opener.
Peter, you're not the big one. Peter, you're not the big one.
Pocket 9s for Peter. Did straddle under the gun. 6 tray king flop.
Gut shot for Todd.
Now an ace for Carson. Now Carson does.
It's like when it checked over to Carson on the flop, he elected not to see that. Todd rivering a pair, but not the card he was looking for. Looks like Carson bet river, Todd lets it go, and Carson gets to take it down.
Yeah. Unless I think it's I don't think there's like a big
On one top. .5 on the floor as well. Straddle on the button, action start with small blind, 75.
So yeah, that looked like there was a re-straddle as looked like Jordan threw out the straddle and then Alice threw out the 50 on the button. Peter's going to raise it to 300.
We're all fighting for your
Alice is in there as well, 9-7 suited. And these guys are opening things up. 6-7 deuce.
Fun flop for Peter. Open-ended and flush draw. Todd with middle pair and Alice with top pair, so
they all kind of
a little bit for everybody.
Peter threw out 500. Alice calls, and Todd not going anywhere either. He's going to make the call as well.
In a pretty big pot. Wow. Ace on the turn for Todd.
Yeah, and he's going to check it. He's going to be sneaky with his two pair. Does bring out a potential club draw too.
I would imagine it's another card allows Peter to keep betting if he likes to. Well, he might slow down if he puts somebody on the ace high flush draw.
1800.
He does fire. Todd pretty quickly jams.
Wow. This is wow, this is our biggest pot of the night. Almost 8K in the middle as we're heads up here with Todd and Peter.
Yeah, two pair versus the world draw.
Yeah, so
open ended straight and flush.
They're going to run it twice. Jack.
First river is a brick.
So Todd takes the first one. Wow,
And
Todd is going to scoop it all. He was able to evade all of that.
Yeah, Peter had so many outs. Did not get on either board. Huge double up for Todd. We were saying it's just been a matter of time before two of these big stacks on that side of the table collide. How active they all are.
740 back.
It was definitely coming. We just didn't know when, and there it is. Almost 8K in the middle, and Todd's going to scoop it.
Huge double for Todd. Whew. And Peter hears Alice say that she had 9-7. He's wishing the turn was a 9 instead of an ace. He would have been the one doubling up.
Yeah.
Also, Todd, I lost track of Jordan's 25. I said I lost track of Jordan's 25, that yellow program. Button re-straddle on the 2.
Rookie tip with it.
Action start with a small blind. Straddle 50 on the button. Raise 150 in the 3.
Well, going right after it again. Peter pocket eights with his restraddle, and then
looks like Jordan had ace 7 suited, so he called. Todd's calling any 2 on the button, closing the action.
5-4 king.
2 clubs.
Todd.
Yeah, Todd's going to take the betting lead when it checks to him. That's going to be good enough to take it down. So everything going Todd's way all of a sudden.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Bartend stuff the most?
I'm stuck a little bit. Not much. They wish I was stuck. I'd be blasting.
Peter's adding 5.
What? Tomorrow.
5K.
Button straddle on the 3. It's on you, Jordan.
I think. Right? You're adding 5K, right?
Peter, try to get that out quicker to say something.
Sound like Peter's adding on 5K.
Oh, adding.
Raise 105 and 7. Fold it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Peter added on 5K. Fold 9, fold 1.
105?
He's not going to play short stacked.
No. No. One thing you will always know when it comes to Peter, he will always have reload chips. Todd and RZ has queens here. 4 on a turn. That gives Peter a pair of 4s, so it gets a couple extra outs.
Yeah.
Let's
Prove
go
RZ
check.
to a diamond flush draw.
Yeah.
In addition to the queens being the best hand right now. But action check down.
Thank you, RZ. Thank you.
He's in.
I mean, he's being dealt into it right now.
That's true. Sometimes I forget.
Gotta give people a chance to win that money. Ideally, you want to hold 1, hold 2. I have a good story. Raise 125 and 30. Alright. 4, fold 6. Fold 7, fold 8. Fold 9.
Peter was the original pre-flop opener with his pocket trays. Perry Jordan called. Not much on that flop for anybody, but turn is a jack, giving Jordan the lead. Perry is going to bet his 6 on the turn. Jordan's going to call, and river ace will probably slow both of them down. It goes check, check, and Jordan going to take this pot down.
Big blind, Johannes. That's why. Yeah, it's off the table. You're gonna have to replace it with something.
It left the arena.
Straddle on the eye.
Keep going to over there, honest.
Holy shit.
rolling.
Straddle 25.
Had a runaway.
You got him.
Raise 75 minutes. Fold them 2. It rolled off.
You
on
are
my
a strong man. Didn't know I was that strong.
leg.
Came back in working out.
Pretty funny.
Showing off, finally.
Raise 458.
Damn, how many people we have on the street for this?
None.
We didn't know. We had like.
Oh, wow.
Like 7 people on.
There's only 3 earlier.
Yeah, what the heck?
Are y'all wanting to continue this game later?
I'll play it.
Yeah.
I
Continue
do.
I'm gonna go home.
I was gonna have to. I was gonna.
My son's birthday party tomorrow. My son is 3, my daughter's 1. I need to be fit. I cannot continue. It starts at 10 a.m., you know? So.
I would have locked up a seat and then had to run the house, take my dog out, and then come back. But my sister-in-law did. So I'm good for a long time. But I do have to be up
Sorry,
at
you
7 in
want
the
to
morning.
play late after this?
So it might be a rough 24 hours.
Raise 125.
Yeah.
Raise 325 and a 4.
I was going into this side thinking it was like a regular 510. Escalated quickly. It's not a regular 510.
19.
That's gonna be tough.
All 3.
That's gonna be a good game.
I'm on the list for the next fight.
What's up? That game might be good enough for muscle up, honestly.
Pretty spicy flop here. Queen Jack tray with 2 spades. Flush draw versus Broadway draw. Action goes check, check. Boom, 7 of spades for Peter, gives him the flush.
And like if I know my schedule and I know that there's things that are happening, queen 3, because that's what I had, queen 3 of clubs.
Peter gets to take this one down.
That would have been a big one, boy. Beat queen 3? I'm glad you raised, dude. It's real ugly though. You're not prying that out of my cold dead hands. Southeast later? Oh no. River handle? No. 8, 6, 8 with spades.
I don't even know what that was on that.
What? Just 3 spades?
Was it? Okay. Oh, I mean, I just couldn't remember.
Jack 7. We were looking at a baby 4.
Yeah. Now I remember.
There's 3 spades. Right. You would have played a big one.
So that's pretty good.
We are going to see Johannes open it up from the button. Todd's going to be the only caller. Both players with a weak ace. Ace 5 versus ace 6. No pair for either on the flop, but turn ace and a river tray. They're going to chop this one up. Anticlimactic chop on that hand.
That's pretty much thank you, Bob. That's pretty much everybody's coming back in.
Instead of want to do a $100 flip instead?
What?
Do a $100 flip? So
Said no? Play.
50 bomb pots?
You want 50?
Okay.
50 burger?
50 burger.
So he's just going to get for the rake and...
Yeah.
And it sounds like they're bumping it up to a $50 bomb pot this time. Moving up from the quarter that it's been.
He's pumping every time.
This game has been slowly escalating as the night goes.
Man, he is like, I don't know. No, I'm gonna do it.
Every time I raise, he's like,
winning more than now. First you think, thanks for 2 minutes. First like this.
That makes sense now that it was at 500.
oh yeah, I mean, sometimes they actually put money in the pot, and yeah, I'll be scared.
Yeah, I know.
Play over him and he can
I've never seen it that frequently.
Some people do it and they actually call
I just hope you give it a shot.
Yeah,
It's like always depending. She's like, I'm gonna trip. Actually, I'm
We
gonna
worked every time.
I know.
it's like it's scary when he
His
takes like
instinct is right.
when he put money in the pot, then I'll be scared.
It works every time in those spots.
I'll be scared once he puts money in the pot.
You see any, are there any bruises out there?
It's just the fact that you'd rather pay $10 less to not play.
Right.
Check 3, check 4, check 6.
What did you double? Like, did y'all show down hands?
I don't even remember what I doubled him up with. I was on a pair draw, I think. That's what I said. It was like $500. I don't know. I actually think I had a decent flop. He had flopped a not too flop Broadway or something.
Oh yeah.
25 into 1.
I think that's what it was.
Call 2, call 3, call 4.
In this double board bomb pot, we do see Johannes with Broadway up top and top pair on the bottom.
Get a good 10, 25.
After Alice, Bet, and Peter called, Johannes elects just a call. Probably assuming that he's only good up top and he's going to try to A, avoid getting quartered, and B, maybe milk him. But unfortunately for him, Peter improves to a boat up top and has the 10 high straight on the bottom. So amazing river cards for Peter's hand.
I love playing with the guys like Russ because I think he's so fun.
Did you play in the 25 game?
He is going to bet 1,000.
And then they ran it the next day.
Going for the maximum.
Well, they ran it yesterday, right? The 25-50 game yesterday?
Yeah, they ran it.
It was the 25-50 game yesterday.
I'd given him my information, but I haven't got it.
Yeah, it was up in the room. Yeah.
They ran a 2-2.
Pretty brutal spot for both Johannes and Alice. Both players with pretty good hands that they don't want to let go of. But they can only be good on one part of the board. Good fold by Johannes. Looks like Alice is going to have to probably let it go as well. Looks like she's running the pot odds. Obviously, she's only going to be getting half back if she puts in the call. So she'll be putting in 1,000 to get 350.
You can bet more pot? It should be pot, isn't it?
I know.
Yeah, but
Since it's not, you gotta take advantage.
yeah.
Todd's face says it all there in the 2-seat.
Ship it on it at this point.
Super strong. I've said that multiple times. Nobody's actually taken me up on it. Like, oh yeah, it is super strong. I'm waiting for the day.
She does let it go. Peter does not get paid by either player. Unfortunate for him that he doesn't. Did get to scoop this bomb pot though.
I understand what the logic is, but it's wrong. My logic is that's an instant chop. Like I'm taking that money and we're moving on. I'm not donating to his scholarship fund. It's a donation to him. He doesn't have ace 10.
I did have something good.
It's a chop.
I can't say.
Look, I'll text you. I'll tell you in 10 minutes.
Right along, be 25 to call.
So he did not have ace 10, but he had a very similar hand
Fold 7.
in terms of what Alice is saying.
Check it out.
Calls in the night.
That's the thing.
So when Alice watches this back in the future, good fold, Alice.
Raise 175.
Pretty good read
So easy.
in terms of what his hand was.
You know you're never gonna see. You're gonna
Calls
call.
in the night.
I like that.
Never gonna see. You know, maybe you should play the stream. You know.
3 players.
That's true. That's true.
Check 2, check 3, check
It's a
around.
lot slower. But the stream does benefit a lot of things.
Check 2.
Perry does pick up a flush draw on this turn.
9.
Todd adding a gut shot to his pair of jacks. Peter with a pair of 8s decides to bet out 900, overbetting this pot, trying to steal it away.
Good learning material. Good learning material.
And it does work. Peter gets to take that one down.
How does the street ambassador work out?
So what?
How does the street ambassador work?
You put the number on it, it determines how hard or simple it is.
Yeah, next one.
You guys do some research on
Kind of.
what's the buy for the main event?
We had a friend who had one.
It's a draw
And
play.
he was trying to
So the cash game.
like lay on it or whatever.
100 to
And
go
our
to
mattress
zero.
is really old.
Yeah, that's a good
My
time.
mattress was
25 to call.
This week,
Friday or Saturday? Friday?
Fold 6.
That's
Take
my
Fold 7.
mattress from high school, which I love,
Raise
but
75
it's
to
getting
8.
old.
Reboy says, okay. Reboy says, oh,
But it is time for a new mattress, so it was.
Raise 3.
So we were already in the
3. Fold 4.
Oh, nice size 3-bet from Peter.
Calls in
Can't imagine Johannes is going to fold 9s. Which now looks like Perry's going to be priced in.
Calls in the night.
Suddenly we're 3 ways in a 3-bet pot.
Good play.
Tell the table pretty aware of how quickly this one's bloating up. Table instantly quieted down, and now we see Peter flop top pair, Perry with 2 pair.
350 into 3.
My ace, 6, 5, 2 club flop. Peter puts out a C-bet. Does go rather small, 350, about a third pot. Johannes, only one overcard, but with a player behind.
Call Nate.
Does elect to call one, see what happens. Now, it's on Perry, especially with 2 players in. It's definitely a spot you want to raise it up, not slow play your bottom 2.
1,300 in the 9.
He does make it 1,300. We saw something pretty similar a few hours ago with Perry where he had bottom 2. And it's a pretty wet board, so you want to get as many chips in the middle now. Not a spot you really want to slow play, especially with 2 opponents in the hand. Suddenly, Peter's out of position against 2 opponents. Definitely a weird decision point for him, especially after Johannes called behind.
But it'll remain uncapped. Yeah. I think
He has no backdoor draws to go with his top pair, so he lets it go. Johannes quickly folds his 9s, and Perry gets to take this pot down with 2 pair.
it's kind of another record where like the starting table is still
There's the original 8.
the original 8. Doesn't happen very often.
No, usually you lose a player within like an hour or 2 hours.
Can Ringo share? What is this? Can Ringo share? What is this?
You have a 100 gun straddle at 25 and a button
As Carson just pointed out, all 8 players on this table are the same 8 we started with. We might make it coast to coast. Got about an hour and a half left in the stream tonight.
Some pretty cool snacks.
Thank everybody for hanging out so far.
80 pounds soaking wet, she's just hammering shit out of her
Chinese,
That
like
person
Chinese
was going to start
candies.
with small, 50 to call.
Obviously been a pretty fun, lively table tonight.
3, folding 4, folding
I swear to God, I watched Hunter take meals though. I
It seems like the only time
bought him dinner and he showed up with a whole sandwich. He ate the whole damn thing next and then ordered another sandwich.
well, he is a big dude. He's like 6'5".
Yeah, but dude, come on. What the fuck is going on here? 150, 150.
Meanwhile,
Never folded.
Todd just debating whether he wants to 3-bet or not.
How much is a bottle, Peter?
56.
Peter originally opened it.
Not bad.
3 players called. Now we do see Todd put in the 3-bet from the button. Trying to squeeze everybody out of there if possible.
Did I pull that? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's right. I was wondering why there was so much. Thank you.
How much was the rating?
475. And a call and a 3.
And now Peter puts in the call, and let's see if everybody starts calling behind. Johannes going nowhere with his pocket 9s.
Fold 9.
Perry wanted to call. You saw him kind of chuckle.
See this?
But a good fold by him.
3 players.
Alex lets it go, folding the king-queen.
See? I think that's what happens to
We see a
175.
10-4 tray, 2 club flop. So Peter's holding a nut flush draw. Peter did elect to check. Johannes with a pair of 9s checked as well. Only 1 overcard on board. And we see Todd C-bet 600. Right around a 40% C-bet. And now Peter springs the check raise with his nut flush draw.
Fold 8.
Yeah, they're good. I didn't see that one.
Now Todd thinking it over. He is holding the king of clubs. It's not enough to float or decide to pull off a bluff, and he's going to let it go. Peter gets to take down a pretty big pot. Just a nut flush draw.
You gotta check it. I'm gonna go ahead and get this table secured. We still got a lot of time on the live stream, but I know you guys don't want to keep playing. So I'll get a table secured and let you guys know where to go at 11. Okay?
Appreciate it. Hit on the board.
Jordan, we have a spot on the button.
So obviously, these guys are going to keep playing after the stream ends. This game is going nowhere tonight.
Straddles on. 25 to con.
Crispy.
Call.
That's fun. You got
Call
Todd.
6, call 7, 8, 9.
These 4 clubs.
Did ace 4 club?
Ace 9.
Raise 150 into 1. Call 2.
Oh my, we got the legend, Mr. Bill, in the YouTube chat.
Yeah.
Happy birthday indeed.
Yeah, we gave the
Mr. Bill.
Yep, we did give the birthday shout outs earlier as well. Aaron B let us know it was indeed your birthday, Mr. Bill. Hopefully it is an enjoyable one for you. Peter does catch a deuce on this flop. I'm going to check around though. Board pairs. On the 7 on the river comes. I've seen quite a few players get rivered tonight. Alice looked
Oh my god, that's such a good bluff. Oh, okay. Like, that's probably one of the best bluffs.
That's funny.
I told you to do. Figure you're trying to milk me. Plus, you guys are being.
Fix your account.
I might have been the sucker after that.
Yeah, Bene had to go out in the room for a minute to square a few things away. And it's a typical Friday night at Best Bet Jacksonville. Yep, that's the reason why a couple of our players are being called for 510 PLO. So they're coming up to go take a look at the table and then decide whether they're going to keep playing here on the live stream or if they're going to take that 510 PLO seat. They're also elected to play after the live stream, so I was essentially getting the table ready for them when that time does come, since they already kind of gave a heads up that they are going to be wanting to play after the live stream. It does end in about an hour and 10 minutes. King, tray, 4 flop.
King Jack.
Alright, you beat.
175.
I know, but
If I check the flop and don't bet 600, I see the turn, and we're in
if I have like
a whole
ace
different
9 or
ballgame.
spade or something.
No, it's just it gives you the opportunity because I don't need to give you the opportunity.
Good.
Ace king or something.
Thank you.
I'm not mad. It's interesting to play the hand back. Okay. Don't have a plan for what to do there when he did that. That's all. But I should have. Should just chip it right in your fucking face.
I would have called.
I know you would have.
Hopefully.
Bam! Right on the turn.
I still have a river, you know.
Hold and a 9. Hold and a 1.
What do we got? No, nothing?
Nothing.
Freebie?
Calls and a
Freebie, man.
I would have put out this shot.
Hold 3. Raise 15 to 4.
You cannot make the game smaller. That's what the game is.
Both 7 and 8. Call and 2. Heads up.
Check.
Chip 2.
Ace-7 tray flop.
3-bet. Sure, 3-bet that shit. Alright, ace-7 off.
That was good. There you go, Jordan.
Table definitely getting interesting.
It's been a lively one tonight.
Yeah. I have a feeling the next batch of live streams that we got coming up for the remainder of the month are going to be pretty lively.
Is it okay?
200? It's got to be 200.
Restraddle 100 in the 4.
Come on, Terminator.
Restraddle of 200.
You can't pump fake if you put it in.
Preach, Mr. Bill, preach.
Over here.
Hopefully you stay above ground for quite some time.
Fold 7, fold 8, fold 9,
Bless, it's not bad.
fold 2.
No, straddle.
Straddle.
Shadow that I can raise.
I love that logic. It's amazing.
Oh, sure.
I get it.
Raise to 750 in
He
the 3.
raised, I mean, you looked at it already.
I understand the concept. It's just an interesting dialogue to have out loud while you're in the middle of it.
Carson waking up with a pretty big hand.
Yeah, pocket 8s.
In case everybody missed it, it was a couple of restraddles. Carson is in for 200 on like the 4th straddle this hand.
And he's going to bump it up to 1,800. This game's silly. This game is silly. And Peter, after raising it to 750, essentially after the table straddle.
Yeah, it was Todd in for the 25, I believe, and then Peter went 50, Jordan 100, Carson 200. So loaded up fast.
Peter is going to let it go.
No.
And Carson's aggression is going to take it down.
8s are strong. I had to figure out if you're going to jam it or not, whether I was going to call it or not.
You want to?
Just grateful to guys like you that will do that shit. 'Cause I'm not.
I had to figure out.
That's Alice.
Peter.
Are you 1 5 10 kilo? They're calling for you.
Yeah.
We're about to lose a Peter.
We almost made it coast to coast.
Ah, man.
Go deal right.
After that hand. I can't beat him.
It's like a reverse hit and run.
Yeah.
All right, I lose, so I'm going to go over to PLO now.
Fold 2 and 3 and
Peter's like, hey.
Fold 6.
Yeah, that's
Raise a 225 and a 7.
RZ's going to bump it up to 225.
you're buying it, right? You're buying the 10 and the 25? So it's 35.
Oh, okay.
See Perry snap fold ace jack. This is
Fold 9.
very, very light open from RZ, the way he's played tonight.
Yeah. Alice lets go of her hand.
Yeah. I can't imagine anybody wants to continue against RZ's opens without a pretty premium holding.
Peter.
Yeah,
Peter.
and again, that's in relation to the fact of how snug RZ has played tonight. Nobody at the table wants to give him action.
Straddle to 50.
So as soon as he fires out a bet, everyone's like, oh, he must have something. Let it go.
I'll look at it later anyway.
Would you have chopped with their 10?
What do you have? What do you have?
See?
Yeah, King 10?
Not Scooper.
Queen 10.
It's not Scooper.
It's a 3/4.
3/4. So she makes the right decision. Again.
Like you were surprised.
I call that
That's funny. That's pretty funny.
We'll see. I'll watch that shit back. We'll see.
Yeah, Aaron says nobody's going to give him action. Pretty much.
Yep, that's the MO. I mean, considering how tight he's played tonight, considering that he has slowed the game down when it's gotten to his turn and he would posture with his chips just to fold,
100 in the 4.
but the table picked up on it.
Fold in the 9.
The game was great, honestly.
What game?
Two pair for Jordan.
Check 2.
Todd is going to check for Jordan. He's going to bet 225.
I don't want to sit in the wrong ear.
Can I get an England draft? Yeah, I think so.
Todd does let it go. See, thought about looking him up. Well, let's not to.
On. Two pair.
I have an 8. Just have an 8. Yeah?
So I think flight number 4 is pretty close to hitting their break if they have not hit their break already. We'll check that out in just a minute, though. Registration does end when they return from break, so we'll get a final number as far as entries go for flight number 4 in about 10-15 minutes or so.
Well, they're making preps for the table.
Yeah, so I just thought it was like.
Fold 1.
I want that.
Raise 75. Fold number 4.
Just make sure Kilo just doesn't explode up there, I guess.
Adds up. $75 and a 2.
Can't get much worse for me on that flop. Second nut ball.
Button's good. Thank you, I appreciate you. Fold 7, fold 8. Raise 75 and a 9, fold 1.
I'm glad it was 75. And there was no scramble.
Fold right. Or fold on 6. Heads up.
So do you see Perry open it up, trade deuce suited. Todd call with Queen Jack.
Check 9. Check 2.
Flop of 9-5-4 gives Perry the open-ended straight draw.
Check 9. Check 2.
Action continues to check through, and
Queen.
board just keeps on pairing. Queen high going to be good for Todd.
Small pair got counterfeit. I had a pair of 3. Didn't do well.
Under the gun straddle.
Only missed 3 back.
We're actually, so all the names are fake.
For the other 5-10 game, or?
For the 5-10, for this 5-10.
Oh, this 5-10. Straddle on.
Is there another, is there a separate list?
No. Fold 9 and 1 from
Okay, there is one person on the list for another 5-10.
Raise 75 and a 4, fold 6.
What do you guys do after stream?
You have to go there and
Raise
to 75 and a 7, fold 8.
Now we see RZ waking up with ace-jack suited. Gets to put in a 3-bet and take it down.
Oh yeah, but it's like you take him out, like it's gonna be a 25 straddle, maybe. No. Yeah, I agree. We missed it a couple of times.
And Johannes, do you want to fix that? Under the gun straddle.
No, yeah, absolutely. I've never played with him before, but yeah.
I guess they're talking about Todd. Is that who they're talking about?
Yeah, I think it's so, because Carson said he never played with him before. Now they were introducing themselves to each other early in the stream, so that makes sense.
I mean, listen, Todd is about action. He is very much an action guy.
Oh yeah.
And listen,
if you can, he doesn't do it terribly either. You know, if you can put your opponents in uncomfortable spots, they'll make the wrong decisions sometimes.
They've been seeing the Peter, and it's been like a 25-50
It's
game.
like always, it happens all the time though. Like people, like 100 people on the list, and like 3 want to play.
Don't even put your name on the list at that point.
I don't understand.
We unfortunately run into that.
That 10 people on the list, and then 2 like actually go to the.
Run into that at every stake, at every room.
Yeah, I mean, it's not something that just happens here. It happens everywhere.
They're not ready to flip for 2.
If I could figure out why it happens, I would let you know.
Yeah, believe me.
I think OP's gonna be slowing down a little bit, and so I was like, all right, I gotta start doing PLO now.
7.
I feel like they kind of shift. You know, there's like he was really hot. Maybe now it shifts to Augustine, maybe here.
Yeah, I mean,
kind of comes.
but it's a different player pool inside Augustine though. That's what the weird thing is. Like, yeah, there's probably like 3 people that.
That's probably good, you know. Like, there needs to be a little bit of a mix-up, so maybe that's why the game is go down.
You live here or
I live between all 3 locations.
That's good.
Well, it's actually inconvenient.
Okay.
And he's like 30 minutes away from every location.
I'm not close to anything. I'm not really far away from anything.
Check 9.
It's probably a good thing.
Great. Best thing, because you can pick.
Yeah, we do get a new player though, and so we'll be back to full strength. And again, there's still like 6 or 7 names on this list for this 5-10 game, and it is going to continue playing upstairs as well.
Good.
That's what it was feeling like.
Trey.
That's what Alice does.
But here's Brian. He was on the stream last time. Unfortunately for last time Brian was on the stream, though, he got smoked pretty bad, unfortunately. So, all right, final hour of the live stream. Alice up quite a bit. Todd up quite a bit after that big heads-up hand that he had with Peter, the biggest pot of the night. An 8K pot that was between he and Peter. RZ has been the same the entire time. Jordan up a bit as well. Perry the most stuck at the table. And then here's a look at the VPIPs. Todd now leads the VPIP battle, 48%, 35% for Jordan, 34% for Perry. RZ, yeah, 15% VPIP, lowest one.
Six-player double board bomb pot. Todd is out. 25.
2. Been doing 2.
Gotta play better.
Done 2 the last like 4.
Yeah, like forever.
All right, here we go. Double board bomb pot time. I think it's 6 players. 9-6 king on the top, 10-8-6 on the bottom. Pocket queens for Alice in this bomb pot. Jack on the turn and a 7 on the turn. Jack on the top, 7 on the bottom. So Perry has the straight on the bottom board, along with a pair of 9s on the top.
Yeah, I got you.
And that's another face card on the top board, and the bottom board is the 8 of diamonds. So flush for Alice on the bottom board, and a pair of 9s on the top board with the kings.
I'll take the straight flush on the bottom board for Perry.
It is a straight flush. Wow, 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 it is.
Yeah, that's why he went with a really large bet.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Got the nuts on one board.
Yeah, I just realized.
Probably not winning the other one.
Wow, thank you. Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. I didn't even realize that was a straight flush. Whereas Alice had the queens for the top board. Never mind then. So, yeah. Straight flush for Perry.
Just
10 high straight flush. And then
just
Alice.
Casual straight flush.
Yeah. So, that's how sneaky it was. I didn't put 2 and 2 together on that. Wow. And Alice does fold, so Perry's going to scoop it all.
Here Perry say, I was hoping I was against the ace of diamonds with no pair up top for my 9 to be good.
Yeah. Wow, wow.
I knew I wasn't doing anything but chopping at the worst.
So yeah, I was like, Alice had a flush on the bottom, which drew, but yeah, Perry's straight flush was better.
It was a chop.
I know it's a chop, yeah.
It's hard to get scooped.
Yeah, I couldn't even put 2 and 2 together on that one. It's been a long night.
Ace king or
It's real hard.
Pocket nines with the 9 and 9.
It's real hard. It's real hard.
ace king, ace of diamonds.
Small blind.
Well, finally Perry had something good go for him.
All right, I'm not faulting you.
I might have said it.
Oh, thank you, babe. Appreciate that. Everyone else doing okay? Food drinks, coffee, cocktails?
30 and 6.
Coffee.
Coffee? How'd you like it, babe?
Black.
Black? Anything else?
That'll be it right now.
Raise.
Dude, Brian wanting the straight black coffee.
Say, my man.
Yep.
That's how I start my day.
That's how Brian's starting his night.
Only do one board. Well, you're normally only playing one board. Yeah, it's like. I mean, I actually thought the 9.
If you check, I would have bet.
Well, I actually thought the 9 might have been good on top too because you know 4 pair on top and you had a king.
I know.
Yeah, if you had a king, you were obviously calling there. So
Check 8.
I really don't want to chop anyway. I thought no matter what I bet we were going to chop.
If you check, I would have bet.
So 4 for
This one
Carson.
checked through real quick.
Yeah. Pretty.
Table definitely quieted down a little bit with Peter getting up to go to PLO and Todd taking a break for a minute.
Yeah, Todd stepping away for a little bit. It's definitely quieted down. Speaking of 510 PLO tomorrow on the live stream.
Oh, yeah. That won't be quiet.
No, and it's cool that we've been getting a lot more interest in the PLO live stream. I got already a pretty lengthy list for tomorrow's 510 PLO live stream, but that's been picking up. It's great too, because like we're trying
not a lot of live PLO out there.
No, and we've been trying to get PLO back on the live stream for a while now. So it's been cool to finally see the interest picking back up for people to play 510 PLO. It's going to be a fun stream tomorrow because we also are going to have the return of Ronan to the live stream. Ronan was gone for a couple months, was on a retreat. This is going to be his first time back on the live stream tomorrow dealing, and it's going to be 510 PLO. It's going to be fantastic.
Brian, Todd, nice to meet you.
Straight in as Todd is heads up with the new player, Brian.
350.
And Brian just gets to the table, and Todd's like, "Hey, nice to meet you. Welcome to the table. Bet 350 here, right out of the gate on this flop. Gonna put your ace king to the test."
That's just the way Todd says hello. He 3-bets you, and he continuation bets you.
Yep.
He might even check raise you.
Yep.
It's just, you know.
This is initiation.
Just how he says hello.
Yes. Exactly. Man, that 10-25 game is gonna be fun for next Friday.
Oh yeah, can't wait.
Todd and Russ back on the table, and we get a Mario in the game as well. Oh man, there's gonna be fireworks for that 10-25 game. I cannot wait. Jimmy in the game. John O is in the game.
25 to play.
Definitely an action lineup.
That is, I'm telling you, that is going to be must-see TV for that live stream for that 10-25 game.
And we'll be here.
We will be here.
It'll be me and Country back again for that one.
Absolutely. We'll have popcorn and snacks and.
You're making popcorn? Thanks, man.
Well, I mean, listen. I might try to convince management to say like, "Hey, that might be a live stream that's worth a 6-pack too." You know, I mean, you never know. Trade 5-10 flop.
I think with the lineup that you were naming, there'll be enough drinks.
On
the table.
It changes.
We'll be all right.
Yeah. So Todd does
a little
call.
bit for everybody on this one.
Yeah.
Todd with top, Jordan with middle pair.
Wheel draw for Alice.
Alice wheel draw, yeah.
6 on the turn.
Yep, adds a gut shot to Jordan. Adds nut flush draw to Alice. Todd still at top pair, top kicker.
And Todd just waiting to see what Alice does now.
Yeah, checked around to her. She's going to bet again. She was the aggressor on the flop as well. She goes big. Todd with a player behind him makes it pretty tough. He said, I can't believe I'm folding this.
He's folding it, but he is. And a little fist bump from Alice. A little sneaky, like Tiger Woods fist bump. She starts laughing.
That makes such a big fold.
Gotcha.
You won't believe you play that back. You won't believe it.
Awesome.
Well, at least didn't fold a set.
Yeah.
Oh.
I definitely folded top.
I don't think Carson said that knowing.
I don't think. I was gonna say I don't want to say he knew about that. But you saw Jordan's reaction when he said that. Like, you know.
Yeah, I don't think Jordan exactly came back and bragged about that fold by any means.
Well, I think Jordan acknowledged it. He just put his hand up and it was like, So maybe it did get brought up. Maybe someone got word that Jordan folded this set off of Johannes's bluff.
I mean, I'm sure Jordan snuck off and washed it back real quick when he ran to the bathroom.
Oh,
at some point, you know.
Yeah, 100%.
It was eating him alive to know.
Well, especially since I got some timestamps in the description too. He probably saw that and was like, "Wait, what? That was the hand?"
If anybody didn't see it, I would go back to that timestamp and see Jordan making a pretty crazy fold. Folding a set of jacks.
That was probably the, like I said, we've seen a lot of action hands tonight, but that was probably the hand that if you wanted to try to take like an analytical deep dive into a potential hand, that was probably going to be the hand.
Yeah. There was a lot of fun, like, pieces of information in that one.
Yeah, it really was.
But Jordan did not fold a pair here. Gets to take down this pot.
Nope. It is not. This has been a very fun game. Very fun 5-10 game. Been a pretty good mix of things. Pretty good action. But you are right. Peter leaving the table, a lot of the personality did leave the game. With Peter disappearing to 5-10 PLO.
Raise 75 in the set.
RZ opening up with ace-king. We do see a couple calls out of Todd and Brian. Todd with pocket nines. Flop comes ace high. So RZ with the best hand. Let's see if, I'm not sure how much Brian is aware of how snug RZ's been tonight since he just got to the table. See if RZ can get much out of him. Turn goes check, check. River is a 7. So just a matter of, does RZ want to bet for value, and if so, how much?
How much? 85.
He bets 85. Pretty small. Brian does call, and RZ is going to take down a pot here. Fortunate for Brian that he's just joined the table not too long ago. Based on the game tonight, as you hear Todd say, he would have bet his firstborn that RZ was going to turn over ace-king or better.
It goes ace, 9, 4, and you're scared to get the money in.
There's only 2K there, so no, but like, yeah.
Yes, and no.
Yeah. Like,
It's not enough for you not to do it, but you're not excited about it.
Congratulations.
There's 2K if we go on. I'd like to see what the deep is.
That's so
Over under 10.
I think it's right around there. I think that's the perfect line, actually. I think because they don't do it right, it's probably over. Like, I think
They count
their numbers
straddles
are a little.
He never called.
Check 9. But I think that they might also count bomb pockets, to be honest.
But either way, I think the number that's a good line. It's the lowest of all time. Close.
That I've seen.
It's the lowest that I've ever been.
Ryan gets a few of the chips back from last hand, taking this one down with just pocket fives. Always nice to just take it down after a flop comes out king high in a multi-way pot.
Yeah, it's not calculated correct also because we're dealing people in and just keeping them in the tracker.
It's just, I mean, it's good enough, but like, it's definitely not.
Well, you're not putting it in.
Yeah, no, but there's opportunities to be pip and you're auto folding because you're away from the table.
It's counting as a fold, you being away from the table.
Whether Jordan's here or not, he's folding.
Hey, where are you supposed to be? You're not supposed to be here.
Special dealer.
Yeah,
Last 30 minutes.
And when Jordan's not here, he's not winning pots.
All of our dealers are special here at Best Bet.
Raise
I
75,
miss all of your
4,
antics.
calling 6.
I do. I'm not gonna lie.
I miss him too. Calling 7.
It's a lot more like,
Calling 9.
wow.
It's up to us to grade it.
I know. I prefer it coming from the box.
Check 7.
Wow, we get a big flop for Jordan here.
I could bring a little bit, but I don't know.
Flops open-ended straight flush draw.
Sidekick to him, though, you know what I'm saying? Like, because I need a reprieve from him after
all
30
of
minutes.
Nobody else with much of anything.
Going at each other from the box and
Few overcards, but that is it.
It's worse when it's me.
Imagine Jordan's going to just take this one down with one bet.
He wants to see both. He got there.
Jack 10.
He did not get there.
He was going.
Too many outs.
Yeah.
Yes.
I gotta see it all first for that.
Straddle and 1. Yeah, that's too dreamy of a flop.
I'm just praying someone raises. Just get it in. Let's go.
Johnny, take care of it.
Is that what?
Johnny, take care of it.
Yes. Thank
I
you.
was praying if I can raise.
Yeah, thank you so
Like I
much.
said, I was like, all right, let's go. If I lose 2K this place, that'd be it. Well, more than happy to get 2K in and put that.
Yeah, it's hard for me to make fun of Tim because that's like me in 10 years.
It's really kind of
Really
good.
is actually you.
It's actually kind of good. Like, I'm not
Call
like,
4.
sorry, but it's
Call 6.
kind of
Why
good.
am I making fun of myself?
It's my future self.
Minus a glass.
Fold 7. Fold 8. Call 9.
How's that feel?
Call 1. I'm not
You're dealing with
I'm
your
not gonna
dad.
look like
You're
that.
dealing with your dad right now.
Check 9.
It's just nice that he knows. That he just
25
accepts.
and 2. My father was born in 62 and he looks better than Tim. Fold 6.
Come on, Alex. Donate to
Fold
my
9.
college fund. This is when she raises. I love it.
Raise 101.
So Alice versus Todd with some good banter.
Call.
Alice gets the boat on the
She
turn.
saw diamonds out there and decided to slow down. I thought we were doing this game. This is a better game. That's not only better game.
501.
Think about it too long.
Pump it. That's it? You would have got 100 if you would have just thrown 100.
I thought he did ace.
Hey, but you thought about it and made the right decision.
See?
Quarter play.
That's about the longest that I think. So.
think as fast. That's why I
Raise
have
75
sometimes I have to
and
think about it.
Going 9.
Carson's shirt does say that you're supposed to think.
I give off too much when I think, when I don't think.
That's what I
Here we saw Johannes open up from the button. Perry call out of the small.
Late. Calling 9.
If you know you're getting called, just make it.
Alice goes for the 3-bet out of the big blind with 8-6 suited. Todd put in the cold call, and Perry, after calling flops, a monster. Pair plus gut shot straight flush draw. Action actually checked around. Turn brings in that gut shot. Queen on the turn gives both Perry and Todd the straight. But Perry's going to be free rolling the flush. Todd puts out a $600 bet. Perry elects to just call. Probably hoping to keep Alice in, but she lets it go. And Rivers board pairing 9. Not the club that Perry was looking for. We're going to see these two guys chop up this pot. You can see Perry. Oof. It's like all of the redraw for Perry. Could not get there, though. Unfortunate for Perry, fortunate for Todd. No club on that river. Could have gotten pretty expensive had a club come. Once again, do appreciate everybody tuning in tonight. Coming to you live from Best Bet Jacksonville, located in Northeast Florida. Got a 5-10 no-limit game going on right now. About 45 minutes left in tonight's stream.
What's that, buddy?
I said you get called no matter what.
Full 3.
Absolutely. I mean, I have a pretty good hand.
Raise 15.
Jordan's going to open it up with ace-king. Looks like Perry calling from the button with 7-6 suited. Alice is going to call with her king 10 suited. That opens door for Todd, who normally would take advantage of this, squeezing really light. Actually with a monster this time, waking with ace king. Todd 3-bet it to 300. Jordan going to call with his ace king. Elects not to 4-bet.
You'll watch it back. You'll see there's 1 or 2 that I pulled.
We'll see Perry call from the button with that 7-6. Alice lets go over king 10. So we're 3 ways to a flop. 2 ace kings versus 7-6 suited. Again, we're going to see 2 people with the same hand. Just like last hand, Todd and Jordan both flopping Broadway. There are 2 hearts on board. Jordan's holding the ace of hearts. Should we see any sort of crazy run out. Given this formation and how active Todd has been, Jordan's going to continue to just call rather than put in the raise right now. We have seen Todd c-bet frequently and often all night. So, pretty good spot for Jordan just to trap. Especially holding the ace of hearts, you're not too worried about flush draws. Turn 9 of clubs. Both players hoping the other guy has a king. Todd fires out 1,000. He's obviously targeting king, queen, king, jack, anything that just made a straight. And Jordan is going to shove. Todd snaps, and they can run it 100 times, and they're going to chop it up.
Yep, it's not going to change any difference here.
So they just... Ace on the river, just in case.
Todd jokingly said, "Let's run it twice." Oh, they did run it twice. No, they didn't.
It didn't matter, yeah.
Yeah. I just saw the flop cam go there. I was like, wait a minute, did they run it twice? I was like, I don't think they did. So it's kind of funny. All right, so when registration ended for flight number 4, 123 entries in flight number 4. So 155 for flight 3, 123 for flight 4. That's 178 that we had today. No, 278.
278.
Yeah, 278. 278 entries for
480.
today.
For the 2 days total, about 480 then.
Yep. Already
All right.
close to 150K in the prize pool.
So I would imagine we land between 250 and 300K total after tomorrow's flights.
Where are you?
In case anybody's unaware, we're talking about the Card Player Tour. Event 1 going on now, 400 buy-in, 100K guaranteed in that prize pool. 6 total flights. Last 2 are tomorrow at noon and 6 p.m. with day 2 on Sunday. So if you want to get your share of that tournament prize pool, which I know I would if I could,
Yeah.
it's just got to sneak on out.
Wow, this is pretty gross. Todd with the trip queens. Alice with the full house. Trays full of queens.
And we saw this once before, but Alice got counterfeited real early on to the session. And it happens again.
Like
oh
that.
my gosh.
Yuck.
But that's very disguised this time as opposed to last time. It's only exactly Queen Jack has you beat. And Todd fires. Betting about full pot. Alice is going to continue to trap, just calling. And the 4 of clubs, she might think that Todd's firing on a flush draw. Pretty brutal river card for her.
Oh boy.
It's the card that she could honestly put in a raise right now. You know, if Todd was firing with clubs, it's something that we would see him do. Obviously, he's been continuing frequently tonight. So she does raise.
And then Todd announces
he snap
all
jams.
in.
Yeah. Definitely a spot she could raise for value. Now it's a lot harder of a spot. Especially with how fast he shoved.
So it kind of reverses the meal. People are just like...
Very rare you raise for value with a boat on the river, but then have to let it go.
Yeah.
See if Alice can find the fold. With how active Todd has been, it makes it very tough. I think if it wasn't for that factor, it'd be a lot easier to find a fold with the worst full house on this board. Especially when you put in a raise on the river, your opponent might put you on a flush, so why would they come over the top with something less than a boat? And at least in her case right now, if he has a boat, it has to have hers beat because she has the worst one.
So tough.
Yeah.
She doesn't want to let it go, but...
Say Todd's, like I said, Todd's one of those few opponents that could find a bluff here. Almost nobody else could in your normal games. And still probably rare that he finds a bluff here, given the fact that he bet river and she raised.
She does fold. She does let it go.
What an amazing fold by Alice.
Yeah, strong fold. Oh, and Todd does show her. Wow,
She
what
gets
a
the good
cooler,
news.
though. What a turn card.
Yeah, great fold by Alice. For anybody out there watching, just that river action, I think, spells it out. Especially because it was a pretty active pot already. It goes bet, raise, shove. So on a scary board, if you're raising and they shove, you got to remember it's going to be scary for them to shove as a bluff. So we got to think about what their value hands are. And the majority of his value hands are going to be full houses. And again, she was holding the worst full house possible. So if you're ever going to lay one down, that's the one to fold. So, great thought process and fold by Alice.
I think to your point, though, with it being Todd, you brought up the fact that of this table, Todd would be the one that could potentially bluff at it and everything. I mean,
yeah, I think that's the hardest factor.
Yeah, I mean,
obviously,
but again, that just goes to show,
not a snap
like,
decision.
Yeah, it just goes to show how, you know, the way Todd's played tonight, like, super aggressive, super fast, very quick, always showing strength whenever he has the opportunity to show strength.
So I said, I think in your normal lineup in a normal game, it's probably a lot easier fold for her. So that's why I'd say, given the Todd factor, it's okay. Is he doing this as a spaz? He might be doing it as a bluff. He might even be doing it for value with an ace high flush.
Here he is here, betting out 150.
Yep. Again, nobody was betting at any point, so he's going to try to take advantage.
There are very few players that can display that type of, play and that type of strength. You know, Russ obviously comes to mind as someone that can do that on the regular. Mario, another player that can do that on the regular. I think the kingpin of that, and someone we haven't seen on the live stream in a while, GW, George Wolf, another one that can do that as well. It's a special quality that you can have with a player in your play style if you're able to, you know, showcase that as much as you can. And
$25 double board flop.
When it works, it works.
Oh yeah, guys, just a heads up as well. When the stream ends at 11, you guys go up to table 1. That's a little continue playing.
Yep, so they are going to continue playing at table 1 after the live stream ends. We are 30 minutes remaining in the live stream. Here's the B pips. As we are in our final 30 minutes, and then after that hand, Todd now up almost 6K. Alice still up quite a bit. RZ, okay, so it sounds like RZ is actually calling it a night. So that's where he's going to finish up almost 2K for him.
Could be a posture. He might fold.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, he's finishing up close to 2K. So
yeah,
I'm
jealous. Thing I've ever comes in here, plays 5% of hands,
He's tilting us out.
wins $1,500 and just leaves. So mad.
Doesn't even finish the stream.
Yep. And
no, absolutely.
listen, I don't fault the players.
I would have given 200 to leave.
Hold on.
Check 4, check 6, check.
The things that the players are saying, I don't fault them. Because I definitely share the same thoughts.
Would y'all like to know the number?
We said over under 10%.
A little bit higher.
They're going to give him a V-tip check.
They're coming like 12, right?
12, 13? It's listed as 15.
That's not right.
Wow.
I think
Minus 10%.
10's a good number, I think. 60.
That is 60.
Should be 5%.
60 and the 8. That's 60.
Oh. One of those.
So, we do have a list, but I am holding off filling this seat with 30 minutes left on the live stream. I do want to make sure the game does go for sure upstairs before I fill the seat, because we do have a list of like 5 or 6 on there. Basically, with 30 minutes left, I don't want someone to sit at the table, get stuck, and then the game not end up continuing upstairs, and then that player feels like they get shafted, you know what I mean? So we're going to finish out this final 30 minutes with 7 players. They'll continue playing upstairs and, go from there. And even then, this is a pretty action table with the 7 players that's here, so.
too.
But his pump faking is the first time I've ever seen
Oh,
that.
is it the only guy that almost never straddled?
Like I said, the things you're saying, I don't blame them.
Yeah, but it's like you always like get this thing.
Under the gun straddle.
I would like to see what kind of hands he
yeah.
like. Was he actually like tanking seriously? I think it was mainly show.
He was merging his tanking range. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Very advanced.
Straddle is 25 to call.
I heard him say that. I'm not 100% sure.
Raise 75 in the night.
I don't think he made that up.
Fold 1.
He did fold ace king.
Call 3. Fold 4. Fold 6. Fold and mix. 3. Play.
But back to the action where people aren't folding.
Yeah.
Ace, ace, 7 flop, so
5 in the night.
Perry with the 7, Brian with 2 10s, Todd, mystery hand, did call.
It was a way bigger hand than he was expecting before. So like,
So much fun. The box you got, so lucky.
Todd does have a mystery hand.
But at that point, like you quadruple up, just leave.
Queen on the turn.
You're hoping for another spot like that.
Action does check around.
He's paying only $10, where everyone else is paying.
Another queen on the river. So both Perry and Brian got counterfeited, both sitting with 10 high. I'll take Todd's mystery hand if I'm allowed to.
Yeah, I think I'm leaning towards that as well.
Unless Brian decides to go for here. Looks like he is.
Especially, I mean,
That's
even initially, I
350.
understand, but after you would
A little over half the pot. Perry does let it go. And does
Todd
Todd.
folds as well. It's a good bet by Brian, getting counterfeited and then deciding to bluff at it. Assuming his 10 high is no good, which it most likely wasn't.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Letting people come up here and take a stab for 500.
I agree with you. I agree with you completely.
Especially when it's uncapped and stuff like that.
I agree with you completely.
I 100% agree.
That's the problem. That's
Right, so at the minimum, you want to maybe
100 big ones.
It should be 2K for the live stream.
I can bring that up to Ryan.
If you can't buy them for 2K, no worries. There's
3 to 510. I mean, it's
At
come
least
on.
1,000 or
at minimum 1,500, but it should be 2K. Like,
I agree.
you just can't stack. Like, people short stack ninja and shit. Like, that's not even what he's doing. But
And then everyone's traveling, so like, maybe
Raise 75.
put in like $400 and can win like, I don't know, 3K pots.
Alice waking up with pocket kings.
Fold
Todd waking up with I feel like calling Alice. Puts in the immediate call to her 3-bet.
8.
you should have paid.
Too good, yes, sir. Y'all did like the flop. Like
You're right, it never gets through.
What the flop was.
Perry getting a pretty good price after being the original opener.
You would have got
Doesn't continue.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Carson.
Even though it would have only been like
They're going 3 ways to 8-4-4. Gut shot for Todd. Alice's overpair obviously looking pretty good.
If it was on him, then he would have got it. That 301.
That's true. Yeah, if we
Go for it. It's the card that gets stacked.
very true.
I'm not worried about it. I understand.
Fold in the chip.
those and what?
Damn.
See a
Such a
turn?
nit.
See a
I'm a
turn?
fucking nit.
Show me a
Yeah,
turn,
1 foot,
please.
yeah.
No,
Is it a 5? Is it a 5?
You have 8?
Yeah.
Sure you want to see?
Button's good.
Yeah, it is.
You folded 3 flop. Okay.
Fold 8s?
I'm a nit.
You are fucking
Raise, 3-bet.
What book did you read?
What? The Hunter's book. I read Hunter's book. That's what I did.
So, under the gun straddle.
That would have been
What's that game?
Super
What's
nasty.
the time?
That would have been
I was
nasty.
happy.
my idea.
Straddle
I wanted to see if I was
on,
gonna
25 to call.
Spike 5 on your ass, draw inside.
I'm not really happy to say that until
6, 7,
Fold 3.
4, 4, 8.
Call 4. Fold
6,
6.
7 of hearts, 4, 4, 8.
Fold 8.
Yeah, earlier.
9. And a check.
Like 4-3 or something. And like, think you hit something on the turn or something, but I ended up want to hit like a wheel on the river, but I folded because there was a bend on the turn. Oh, so close.
Hold one, check around. Check 9, check 2. That's 75 on the floor.
Did see Jordan semi-bluff after turning open-ended and takes it down uncontested. As we're nearing the end of the stream, I want to thank everybody for tuning in, watching tonight.
One came in for this.
Got about 15-20 minutes left. We will be back at it again tomorrow with a 5:10 PLO game. Starts up around 4:30. Should be a nice, fun live PLO experience. And then we'll be back on Sunday night for the Event 1 final table. Whenever they get to the final table, somewhere around the 8 o'clock mark. Obviously, the links will get posted whenever it's
sometimes they are.
15 minutes from happening.
Fold 9.
No, you got a little, you got
Fold 1.
You got a full double from me, and I think you got like a couple of hands that actually have made hands. I got ace king once.
That's right, yeah, I've seen that one. Yeah. The 3-bet median, I forgot.
Here we see Carson and Todd heads up.
You hit none of that board. You can't even represent that you hit anything.
Okay, look at that. Did I hit that or not?
You can't even represent that you hit anything on that board. Yeah,
that's there you go. You should get a different tune now.
Check 2. 106 and a
There you
call.
go.
9 ball.
Bank? You don't want a 9 ball.
Almost like a 9.
Check 2.
Queen high.
I wanted a 9 ball.
And Queen high good.
Oh my god. I hit that board.
I know.
Button is good.
How you like queen high?
Because it's a hit. The 8's the perfect card for him. I still gave him 100 because I want to spike it on his ass.
And you thought I was gonna pay it off.
You would absolutely pay it off with an ace. You don't see that one. I don't know how you could. You did.
Then we have an under the gun, a button straddle. Button straddle of 50. Action will be on the small blind. Folds into 1. Fold 2. Fold 3. Fold 4. Fold 6. Fold a round.
Quick folds around.
That's good.
So like I was saying, we'll be back on Sunday night for the live stream final table of Event 1. In case anybody's unaware, it's the Card Player Tour, which just started up yesterday here at Best Bet Jacksonville. Event 1's a 400 buy-in, 100K guarantee that's already exceeded the guarantee with still 2 flights to go.
Gun straddle.
Got 2 flights going tomorrow, one at noon and one at 6 p.m. The 12 o'clock restart on Sunday for day 2. As well as that live final table here on Best Bet Jack's live stream on Sunday night. Price pool should be somewhere between 250 and 300K, so imagine it's a pretty good payday up top for the eventual winner.
50 and 6.
Here we see Jordan with the eventual winner of this hand, flopping trip aces. He's got Carson drawing dead on the turn. Actually, want to check, and River King, Jordan might get some value. He does bet. Carson's got a call with his king and sees the bad news. Jordan's going to take down this pot with his trip aces. Card Player Tour Event 1 maybe this weekend, but next weekend's the big one. $1,700 main event next weekend. 3 flights across Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And it's a mystery bounty format. So anybody that bags from day 1 and makes day 2 will automatically be in the money. At which point, all the bounties in the mystery format, ranging from 500 to 50,000, will be in play. I believe we'll have a featured table all day on Sunday during day 2.
I thought I messed up, but I didn't.
In addition to the feature table, we'll have live action sweating those mystery bounty pools. Let's see who our lucky winner is of the big one, being 50,000. In addition to the 300K prize pool, it's guaranteed on that event. Should definitely be a fun weekend. Here we're going to see Jordan and Todd battle again. Ace-9 versus Ace-King suited for Jordan. In a 3-bet pot comes Ace-High. And now Jordan checks it over to Todd, lets him fire at it. Just smooth calls. Check, check, turn. Board pairing 7 on the river. And Jordan's going to bet for value. 400 and gets paid by Todd.
Damn, case ace, really?
It's a decent sized pot getting pushed Jordan's way. In case anybody else is interested in other events during the week in that Card Player Tour, the full event list is up on the website, bestbetjacks.com. Just click over underneath of poker into the tournament section. Card Player Tour has got its own page. We've got a couple different events across the week, including a ladies event on Wednesday, a couple other good side events, as well as satellites into that main event. Full schedule available on the website, as always. bestbetjacks.com.
Raise 75 in the 9, fold 1, call 2, fold 3.
Premium hand for Perry, looking down at Ace Queen.
Call 4, fold 6, fold.
Both Todd and Jordan waking up with weaker aces, putting in the call.
3 bucks.
Maybe those 3 to a flop.
4.
Comes down to all spades, 10, 8, 7. So Todd with nut flush draw and open-ended straight draw.
150 in the 2.
So he's going to fire when it checks over to him.
Oh, God,
Everybody folds and Todd goes, oof, I had a real one.
We both check at the same time. The thing check the same thing, but yours was the one with the spade. Yours was the spade. Mine wasn't.
Under the gun straddle.
You know how to black ace. You just didn't know which one.
And we have a button straddle of 50. So well. Next is going to start in the small blind. Fold 6. Fold 8.
Perry looking down at King Jack suited.
Oh, they don't do it in the last half hour.
He was in for the initial $25 straddle, got restraddled from the button. Alice wakes up with Ace Queen behind.
Oh, there you go.
She gets to 3-bet it.
It's because there was a double straddle on. It was a little bit too high.
Jordan looking down at a red 10-9, but offsuit variety. Has to let it go.
What did he do? What did he do?
Got me a box.
And a call on the 9.
Perry's going to make the call, so Perry and Alice heads up to a flop. Pretty bloated flop after the re-straddle and 3-bet. Flop comes down 10-8-7 rainbow. So Perry does have a gut shot.
I didn't know how much I would actually be playing up here.
Plus backdoor diamonds.
Where are you from?
I just moved back here.
And a king.
South Florida.
So it gives Perry the best hand. Alice now with a gut shot straight draw.
Yeah, I'm at the beach.
Needing Perry's jack to come out there.
Is that about it?
For how long?
I'll be here indefinitely.
Perry did check it. So we're going to see Alice assemble a bet.
I own a sales and marketing.
750.
King is a good card for her to represent.
But I've done that for 20 years.
She bets 3/4 pot, 750, and Perry quickly calls.
And when I can get away and come play cash, I love it. But like,
That's a problem.
yeah. I'm gone the whole month of September.
The river's a brick, 5 of hearts.
So it's like, it's very
What kind of business do you run?
Other than backdoor flush, doesn't really bring anything in. Perry checks it over to Alice again.
What kind of insurance?
We do supplemental health products. So
She decides to rip it. She is holding the ace of hearts.
stroke, accident, disability.
A real tough spot for Perry. Alice did 3-bet pre-flop. We have not seen her show down any major bluffs tonight. By holding the ace of hearts, she knows that her opponent was very unlikely on the flush draw, given the fact it was a 3-bet pot. And Perry does let it go. We saw Alice fold a boat earlier tonight. Pretty recently, too. So to imagine it's in play in Perry's mind quite a bit here.
Got me out of there.
So Alice with a huge bluff. Very well timed. Haven't seen a lot of opportunity for bluffs tonight, but that one reared its head and she took full advantage.
The WPT game that comes here, is that October or November?
I don't know tournaments. I don't know.
October.
I mean, I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna play tomorrow. But, I mean,
Both.
No, probably not. I don't like those things. I mean,
Talking about WPT.
2 and 3.
It is going to roll around here at the very end of October into and through about mid-November. Should be a good 2 or 3 weeks that we have the WPT. Should be culminating in a 5K main event, if I remember correctly. Big series with big events in that one.
if I got a satellite ticket from like a high hand or something like that, then I might fire the satellite. Just try to get in, but
You're such a.
I really like.
I got a satellite ticket
From the high hand, you know, if you like play through fives, yeah, like I don't know. You can play 25?
Oh yeah.
Carson is building his own bed frame, so what do you expect?
Yeah, what do you expect? I paid $85 to have like a plywood for a bed frame, as opposed to paying $300 for a sleep number bed frame.
That money is going up. You might as well spend $300 because if there's any issue with the stuff you did,
Check 9.
you gotta kick your ass.
Check around.
It's all just like the sleep number people just said, all you need to do is put a sheet of plywood on there, and then like you can do that if you want to go the cheap route.
Let's walk back in. We're talking about beds, like bed frames.
Well, they were talking about the WPT, and Carson was talking about for the high roller event. He's like, I might fire the satellite if I satellite in, but I'm not going to buy straight in. It was something about 25K, and Todd said, yeah, I would just buy straight in. And called Carson a nit, and Johannes made the joke of how earlier Carson was talking about how he just ordered a new bed, and he elected to build his own bed frame as opposed to pay them for it.
He just paid for everything.
It was like, this guy is building his own bed frame. Of course he's not firing a 25K entry.
We're on the last 3 hands, y'all.
All right, guys, so we are going to play the final 3 hands of the night, and then we will bid you all adieu.
We're on the last 3 hands.
It's,
No, just let you know. Yeah.
Damn it, Carson's the last one.
They let me know those last hands. Because I'm about to do some bonker shit or something.
Button straddle.
Bonkers.
Chances if you
He's known for his bonkers shit.
Over under 1.
take the under.
Raise 200 into 1.
Watch it. You see this?
Well, she didn't 3-bet.
Fold 2. Fold 3. Fold 4. Fold 6. Fold.
definitely been a very interesting game tonight. So it's a Alice taking that one, and Todd counting down 0 for 1. I guess he's going to count down to see how many hands Carson's actually going to play.
Button straddle at 50.
At 8 degree.
And under the gun straddle at 25.
Like it's the first 2 years, general ed stuff. That's all she's got.
Yeah, okay.
As always, guys,
I
again,
get it.
appreciate y'all hanging out with us.
It's not a bet. Yes,
Flights 5 and 6 tomorrow.
Sure.
The final 2 flights of event 1 before people can get into the
Different for us.
final day.
Just
Fold 4.
where
Fold
we are.
6.
It's going to be on Sunday. We'll have final table action for you on Sunday for event 1 of our Card Player Poker Tour.
And the issue is he's straddling the button the next 10, so
4 jack deuce flop. Alice with a mystery hand.
Check 9, check around.
He's going to check around. Queen on the turn.
Check 4, check 9, check around.
Bank for Todd.
Yeah.
200
Straight does happen for Todd.
What do you think that is, Carson?
Wait, I don't pay attention. You only had like 3 deuce. Oh, damn it, so close.
What a hand.
Very good job.
Todd taking down another one.
I want to give him credit.
This is going to be the final hand of the night. And then these guys will continue playing upstairs. I was getting thrown off when I hear myself talk.
Oh, yeah.
So we have
I'm just kidding. 50 on the button.
Give me a discount.
Oh my god.
50 to call. Actual start on the small.
Damn, you. Should
You really want the button straddle today, though.
We did. I took it away from him.
Calls in the 3.
If we had a side action, then I would have definitely played the
0
same.
for 3, as predicted. As predicted. Locked
6.
up. Just like the partner to your left. 3 of you.
It's a lockdown. I'm stuck like 500. I'm locked down.
Raised to 250 in the
Locking
8,
it down.
fold 9, fold 1.
I've never seen a bet of $250 that I don't like.
So Johannes does pump it up to
So last
250
hand,
with
get in
ace
there.
9. Todd calls.
You get in, Jordan gets in. It's fun.
Call 3. Call.
So here we are, 4 players, final hand of the night. And a couple face cards there.
4. Check 8.
Check around. All right, so let's see. King, 7, Jack on the flop, 6 on the turn.
Check 8.
Todd with the best hand. Second pair.
402.
You want me to get on the table? Look, man. You didn't tell me not to get up from the table. You just told me no racks.
You're right. Well, what do? You get up and grab racks. What do you do?
At least I wasn't with the camera.
Fold around.
Always like that fun with the guys. So that's going to be it. Todd is going to take down that hand, and that is going to be the end of the night. Let's go ahead and show the final stats of who was up and down, and there's a look at it. Alice and Todd, big nights for them. Jordan, a solid night. RZ, who left early, almost 2K. Perry, unfortunately, man, almost stuck 9K. Rough night for him, to say the least. That's going to be it for tonight, though. For our dealers tonight, Trey and Tim. Mike, any final words from you, man?
Now, just good luck to everybody out there who's going to be playing Card Player tomorrow. I'm sure a lot of people are. I hope to see at least one of you at the final table on Sunday.
Absolutely. It's going to be fun. Of course, final table on Sunday for for event number 1 of our $400 No Limit Hold'em tournament. Already surpassed that 100K guarantee that we have. It's going to be a lot of fun. Again, we'll be back at it tomorrow as well, 5:10 PLO. We'll have that live stream going at 4:15 tomorrow. It's going to be a fun time. So once again, for our dealers tonight, Tim and Trey, and for Mike Kruger, card room manager at Best Bet Orange Park. My name is Ryan, also known as Country. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Be easy. Thanks for watching, liking, subscribing, all that fun stuff. As always, appreciate you guys hanging out with us.